Ooh. Good morning, good morning. My desk is filthy. 1 second. G2. Hey, shout. Hey, call me Kayuk. I don't know how to say your name. Kauk. Hey dude. Hey dude. You say hey dude, I say hey dude. What are we looking at? Haven, Split, Pro, Ascent. G2's Haven was never consistent with this comp. But they did win. Oh no, it was pretty consistent. They just lost to, oh, well, it's one of their weaker maps, I'd say. What did they lose on? Lost on Split. Interesting. Okie dokie. I'm interested in their Haven. I think there's some stuff on Haven with Vice that I feel like I know Haven really well, but maybe Vice makes things different. Right. I'm not gonna wait for anyone else. We're just gonna go. We're mostly looking at G2. Although I can hear us Brennan Sideshow casting, so I might end up. I can't help but listen to casting more nowadays. Premium. We got that premium bit right going. They love, like, G2 loved this Thorns, which is good. It's almost like they're basically putting the argument out that you can play Vice A and flood in or retake in. You can flood in on time or delay long enough for like flanks, I guess. This becomes a smoke. Because let me get up valid plan. So like historically on Haven, the A site is where like I think we've seen the biggest amounts of like development historically. We still see some teams trying to play Cypher A, and in general, it just doesn't really work. Like it's if you lose this site, you lose the round most of the time, unless the other team has already started like their push. If they like push down mid and then like they like flank or something. The general rule on this map is if you lose A, you're gonna lose the round, in my opinion. So that's why you'll see teams play like, you know, very heavy over here in the mid rounds and stuff. So I guess what G2 are saying is, because the Cypher can't delay like the Vice, so like that G2 are saying that like the Vice can be here and delay long enough with the star, that by the time that anything dangerous is happening, we can have, you know, three people back A. So it'd be interesting to see like how this Vice setup works and what they're doing around it. Because yeah, my thesis is if you lose A, you've lost the round most of the time. So questions already. Question about B hold, just facing, I guess. What do you mean? Can you reframe that question? I know you haven't watched this game yet, but would you say Fnatic Heretics is still best on this map? Heretics are like the best team in the world on this map currently, yeah. But I'm gonna have to watch this through and see. Yeah. Do you play any game? What's COC? Clash of Clans? No, I don't play mobile games. If Vice is A, where's the wall placed? I think usually what happens is G2 do a wall like this, and then when the wall gets triggered, then on timing you just thorns.
Opening pistol round, G2 with a lot to prove here.
Oh, they've done it here this round.
Really common pistol for the defenders is to triple walk down mid at the start of these rounds, hoping that you can get a flank retake on A. G2 not going for it. Sen ready, wary, using the drone, but not. Oh, did they catch Jorg? I think they must have.
He's going to reveal himself anyway as well. A couple of stray shots, posturing.
Sorry, I might need to put it that I'm now like really just listening to Sideshow Cast nowadays. Whenever I watch Americas, it's annoying.
Sentinels taking some short control, slowly contacting and faking B. This
Yeah,
is
Sen are playing well this round.
A connector over towards B and weaken the A.
Because now what do G2 do? They don't have any delay on short. This is a very good. Sen have done their homework here. It feels like. I feel like they know that the thorns is going to be over here, and so they fake B and know that short like sewers is going to be an opening. So nice anti-shotting, I think there. I mean, Leaf has chosen the one spot on the fucking map where he doesn't get stunned, and actually is probably at an advantage. And then you can see, this stuff is stuff that G2 does, and not many other teams are gonna do. I think at Fnatic's best, we would do it.
Swinging all the way through here, it's all onto the shoulders of Narrate. Explosive is the opening, but already the net closing, and that's G2 taking out first round here.
Yeah, they stunned. I always miss micro, to be honest.
You cannot make mistakes like that if you want a chance at beating. That's why you're even using the fault line in that position. A couple of steps further back for John Cutie, and Leaf is caught dead to rights in that situation, and yet he escapes with 3 kills.
I don't want to be that guy. Do I want to be that guy? Where the fuck are all these tabs I've got open? One sec. Just want to see quickly. What's the easiest way for me to keep bringing up Valoplant without? I usually don't love going into micro like this, to be honest, but I guess he should be stunning from this corner instead of this corner. This is where people used to stun when the stun used to come out from the actual line. But it's like I know why John doesn't want to do it here. It's because it just feels awkward to be further back and then run up, but I guess you kind of need to do it here. The change to breach with the line here to here is actually kind of a nerf in this angle, I guess.
G2 given a pistol, but they had many pistols, many force buy wins.
Hey Buxer. Hey True Bum. Do you reckon they're going to replace Teo with Servo on this comp? Hey November. This comp? No. I think they're gonna get a lot. I'm really curious. I'm really curious as to what they go for here, actually. I think Anders isn't gonna want to play this. I think that they will get rid of Breach. But then what do you go? If Neon's still popular, I can see them trying to avoid Viper on some level, but I could see Viper. I could see a Chamber comp. I could very much see the kind of Yoru server Viper approach coming out that I was talking about yesterday, where it used to be Jet Sky Viper, right? But you basically, like, this is the 2.0 version of this, right? Like Yoru is a much better agent than Jet, and you get flashes. And because you get flashes, you do not need Sky, and Sky is shit right now. So you get to play the best agent on the map, and you get to play the best duelist, and then you can play the Viper, you know? So I can see them going for this approach, but I'm wondering what read that Anders and the team have on the meta right now. Because, yeah, it would be interesting. Because I could still see the Vice being played, like, here. But then you can still do the shenanigans with the Viper wall on the other side of the map. And then Orb even here too is kind of nasty. You think Omen and Astra strong on this map? I really don't like playing double smokes. That is not Viper. Will you say the main difference in the composition that G2 comp is more map control based and sends more reactive and fast pace? More reactive and fast pace. The biggest, well, not really. Map control based. I guess there is a theory that this comp doesn't do. You can do the same default with both. Well, no, I would argue the other way around to some extent. On attack side specifically, this composition doesn't deal well with A main. So let me explain. Like, Sentinels' composition can use the Cypher to always threaten back the cross towards A, right? Like, the biggest question on this map sometimes is how do you deal with just like a duelist just taking A lines on you when you don't go A at the start of the round, right? So Sentinels' comp, they can go take garage control if they want to, and like break the util in garage and take control here, and then always still come back here because the Cypher has cage and cam, well, particularly the cage. G2's comp struggles more with that. I guess they'll end up using dissipate smokes to threaten cross, which is fine, I guess. I'll be interested to see what they do. Yeah, this is one of those things where, like, I wish I could formulate thoughts into more simplified language, like how you're explaining it. But I don't really often think about the game that way. It's too map theory dependent. Hey Jin, thank you very much for the sub. The difference between the comp is more map control based and sends more reactive fast pace. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, if you ask me more specific questions about that, then maybe I can answer a bit better. But I don't think I agree. I think this comp can play very fast. This comp obviously can't, like, obviously can all in with the Neon Breach stuns, with the Urban Paranoia and stuff. I guess this is Teo Breach. Yeah, I don't know. The XX are probably slightly more all in with the SEN comp, I guess. Isn't the Teo post plant worse now because there's no cooldown between the two salvos? But there's only two salvos.
Normally we think about Neon being pretty hard countered by Vice. But if Bang is willing to get in there and get aggressive and play as well as he was last time they played against G2, there could be some chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. It turns into an isolated player, just into that 1-2 punch, I think.
And Bang looking to
Hey, Alex.
left by 10 with that very aggressive momentum.
Sorry, this is a sideshow once again. Right, now switch up for G2. So before G2 were doing a flash like here that I really didn't understand. So now they changed to a more normal flash where it actually does blind people running in. Vice will see. Thorns to delay. They are bonus rounding, so I'm not going to look too into everything.
Conversion inside here for G2. They'd love to get strong start, good beginning. Sentinels finally with some weapons in their hands. Slow going.
They've mixed up the defensive setup again. So pistol round, they had a 1-2 trap play, kind of set up in garage. G2.
I'm not going to talk about Teo stuff. Like, there's no point of theory crafting for Teo post nerf because I think it's pretty crap. So,
No one going to be waiting to absorb.
So SEN go B, drone at A. I presume we're gonna see a little bit of like. Oh, this is direct strat from SEN. They're gonna go this way. Isolate Leaf out. Vision Striker's strat, sorry. Yeah, it's done. Yeah, nice round from SEN.
It's this one. Sentinels at the start of the year. If any map has showcased their growth, it's this one.
So Trent doesn't use sabos and Jonah doesn't use stun. It's interesting.
And that same emphasis being placed in through garage.
Could just be anti, I guess.
Leaf is got to dodge and weave. He's alive for now.
And Leaf is just kind of guessing where he should be putting the wall. You know, should it go over towards C? Should it go over towards B? Maybe even to supplement things in garage for information. I do like that he's crossed back over onto the other side. Got flushed out of that position by the recon, and now they're trying to clear Jorg, but he's not been caught by the drone.
It's an off angle. Look up through A long. That drone is going to be putting a bit of pressure now applied over towards Zelsis. You might see that strike from behind once more, but Leaf, very forward angle. Yuto's going to be skipping right past him along with the players and the bodies. Might just be dropping and toppling.
Oh shit, he stunned himself into the aftershock. Oh my god, Valen. I've always wanted to do like a You've Been Framed. I don't know if you guys know that reference. Like it's like a clip show, you send in funny clips. That's a You've Been Framed moment right there. He's fucking stunned himself into an aftershock. That's a big kill. Trent.
Return with that fire once him. He's caught in a corner, stunned up. Oh my god! Aftershock is just going to be rinsing him. Jonah P sidestep and good with the crosshair placement. Able to return with that fire once more.
That's hilarious. That Zelsis turns around because of the trip breaking, gets shot in the side of the head. And Jonah has a huge round too. Okay, it's a big round from G2 individually.
Let them through the choke point, but got caught by an aftershock. Nonetheless, incredible awareness from Jonah P. And actually, Valen's done his job in that round by calling to have a triple stack in garage because he got the read. And again, that round just kind of typifies everything Valen's been talking about recently, focusing on himself as a leader rather than a player. What matters it if he's stunned, if he makes the right call?
The round goes the way of G2 here. Again, a bit of an exchange of the fire. Just trying to earn up the orbs here. Zelsis.
It's been very simple so far. Seeing standard Euro being set up on a deep line A. I guess SEN probably don't default A that much, and they spread over this side of the map and then retake A early, and so having the Euro fight early for the line means that they can just focus this side of the map. Flashing garage, wall on B. I guess the wall on B is pretty good against Neon specifically, because Neons can do shenanigans on B quite a lot of the time. And yeah, these thorns are nasty. I'm interested to see how Valen plays C as Astra, because C holding as Astra is probably harder than Omen holding, maybe. I do think Astra's very underrated with site holds though, because the ability to instantly put both of your kind of defensive utility up is very underrated. Like if you're thinking Omen, you have to paranoia and then throw your smoke. Like it's a bit awkward.
Goes the way of G2 here.
So I'm intrigued to see their C hold when they eventually do get tested.
Just trying to earn a focus here. Zeltis' job is to try and contain a bit of presence over towards A. Long
Do you think the current meta requires Sentinel players to be more active on defense instead of hard anchoring sites? It requires Sentinels to understand how to play around the tail and the bridge, which means that they need to be playing off-site a lot more, and then mixing in floods and like set retakes from the other side of the map, if that makes sense. Unfortunately, I don't think any teams... There are not many teams who actually think like that, though, and they just decide to hold sites and pray, and it's really frustrating to watch. A lot of teams don't have the macro sensitivities to know how to play like soft on sites and stuff. It's you know, they don't structure things in that way. So I'm very excited to watch teams like G2 and Sentinels play because they do think about the game like that. Yeah, story mate, unlockable.
But all of this a feint. But a feint from two important players for SEN.
Davos and the stun as well. Great crosshair placement though. Zekken.
That trap really didn't work.
But all of this a feint.
Jonah was ready too. Like, look at this. Like, Jonah doesn't ever have stun. Like, he never uses stun stat around. He's gonna stun. They use flash. Ah, they stun Salvo here, and then all of this space is... it's a bit unlucky. You see what I mean? Like, SEN already in front of the trap. I like the idea though from G2. I really like that they're playing the breach center map, able to support both sides. Some good theory. I don't think the flash was very good from Joke there. It's almost like they hit their entire trap was designed to beat this, and not this. And both the flash stun and Teo salvos were all used for that angle, I felt like. Leaf is smart, man. Jonah's smart, sorry.
Valiant, the approach by Sentinels, but they do have 40 seconds left to play with, and this game of cat and mouse has just gone the wrong way, but Leaf is...
Nope.
Going to be reciprocating. That's a steel guard and expecting an instant response, but Senna slowed themselves.
And here's Jorgamo with this late round repush.
I think that's a very bad steel garden, isn't it?
Valiant walking down mid. They've got great information that this is going to be ending C, but Leaf cannot die. Sen need to root him out.
It's a flurry of bullets. Leaf is barely alive. He's going to be limping towards the back of the side if he wants to try and make a play to push this one back here, but seconds to spare. Sen get themselves into the post plan at least, and G2 have that discipline, waiting for the smokes to dissipate. Valin earns himself two, still Leaf back against the wall. He's going to know roughly the position of Zekken. Isolated into the 1v1, all for the A's. Dodging, sliding off to the side. Oh, to He's going to know roughly. Valin Sen get themselves into the post plan at least, and G2 have that discipline, waiting for the smokes to dissipate. Valin earns himself two, still Leaf back against the wall.
Zekken's played it well. I feel like both teams played this well. I don't... It looks like an individual moment from Zekken, but he kind of just traded off properly and isolated properly. 1v1's unlucky for G2.
Coming back in to make sure that his team is bailed out of a tricky situation. A clutch and ace. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on.
Thoughts on Vice vs Cypher on this map? I'm being slowly slowly convinced the more I watch G2 play about the Vice. I'd have to think harder about implementing it though if I was to play the map, like or coach the map, because there are like it feels like there's potential gaps without the you have less passive information tools, it feels like. And so you have to think a bit harder about things, I think. Is Killjoy still viable on this map? I don't think so. I think that statistically it might be doing okay, but I think anyone with half a brain should be able to figure out the Killjoy. I can quickly show you what I mean. I've explained it quite a few times in stream past few days, I think. Killjoy turret can no longer sit here and watch both C long and garage. Therefore, it has to be placed like here, which can just be shot immediately at the start of every round. We saw a team yesterday. Who was it? RQ versus DRX. I think DRX have now started using the turret here. And it's the same shit. You walk here and you kill the turret. And then GG. Killjoy looks noob now. So I think the defensive capabilities of Killjoy are kind of a bit crap. The ult is useful, not gonna lie. The ult is useful. But anyone with half a brain cell should be able to, like, you know, especially when breach exists, server exists, like they should be breaking this quite a lot. And then when we go to attack side, obviously we lack the ability to retake A, re-clear A with the Killjoy. The best thing we have is the turret on middle. Some of the execs are quite nice. Some of the mollies you can do for like straight execs are pretty nice, but it's not necessary.
Just excellency on display there for the Ivo Power Ace.
Or you should say that Vice does that better than Killjoy, like significantly better.
Seen it slowed down here for the opening. G2 weapons to work with. Zekin just posted up, Outlaw in hand.
Keeps all of that momentum going with an early pick. Go, go, go. A stun to try to re-clear from G2, but they don't have the weaponry really to fight.
Yeah, it's just a low buy.
Everyone on G2 has been extremely confident in re-pushing out on defense, and SEN feel like they've got the read now. They're holding, waiting for the play.
Big point is Jonah P, but well, Trent was supposed to be the backup. He was the first to fall in that spot. Zelsis, quick dismissal down for sure here. A lot of the danger around is going to be gone here to G2, so desperation is what's called for. But it should be locked up here. The Sentinel's nice and pretty now, 3-3.
Doing on this things up. You see, understood to be taking semi playoffs. Any roster that it was arguably even.
Okay, this is G2. Okay.
I think out of the individuals too.
Yeah, Sentinels
All in garage.
More than the sum of their parts.
Flash C long.
Josh RT is called coming out of this. I'm looking at Valen deep in spawn. He's maybe anticipating Bang to go for an Omen ult play.
Yeah, they're anti-Omen ult right now. I don't like this garage wall that much. It feels too easy to break. Are you only doing G2? Probably. Genji play the Killjoy success in APAC. Yes, but their Killjoy, like, I'm not being funny. If I played against Genji, I would. I'm not saying I'd instantly win, but we'd instantly gain advantages from just beating the Killjoy, what the Killjoy provides. I literally spent 10 seconds yesterday looking at it, and we developed already an anti-strat on stream. Like, people in my chat were like already telling me that they would just instantly break the turret every round, and therefore, like, there's a problem there for Genji.
Try to actually pick up an area of the map to hold instead of just waiting in spawn for the
falling. That's a big question about ranked. I'm gonna try and focus on this VOD a little bit if I can. If you can, I have a Discord. If you've got a question like that, that's a bit less related to what I'm talking about. I can maybe pick that up another time.
Just a bit of
I have a like
Sentinels
questions
in
channel on my
the
Discord. So if you want to go
top four
ask a
going
question like
down
that, maybe on my Discord.
dire for G2.
Good, because then I'll
Sentinels
answer it in the
isolation
future.
off the map.
But they've got incredible retake ultimates, and they're going for the push down mid.
Like I'm trying, like I know I end up saying that, and then I end up getting distracted talking about nonsense or something. But I'm trying my best.
It's got like Sentinels are going to be gonna valid
Some of their parts.
maybe anticipating Bang to go for an Omen ult play and getting ready to break it. But it doesn't look like Sentinels are going to be running pickup out. And
From Sentinels, they're missing some of that information across the map.
But they've got incredible retake ultimates, and they're going for the push down mid.
Yeah, this is reactionary. They need to know where Sentinels are lying.
It's a very awkward round. Like I think Josh is picking up on it. That like there's just massive ults on both sides. So it's like, how do you can't really sit on the sites against these ults, sorry, and expect to survive. So you see G2 are trying to find something on the map to do. The problem with that though is that if Sentinels do sniff out that one of the sites is weak, they might end up saving the ults for the post plant.
Patience from SEN, bringing all of that patience from the anti-eco into the rifle round.
I'm here to learn about the game. Maybe we'll lose less 1v3s.
And they can now start to go for their own execute. The idea here for John is to try to get a little utility.
It's not listening to Sliggy, it's also listening to me. You should stop playing Harbor. Does the Viper Gen G plays help with Killjoy in any way? I guess the Viper makes more sense with Killjoy than Cypher. Purely because you are, like I said before, like the Cypher on this map is often being used on attack side to like re-clear the A side of the map. So you do get like an inefficiency where you know, the wall is doing that already. So what are you gonna do with Cypher at that point? Like what is the plan? Unless you can think of like on Split, we find a situation where, you know, people used to do this, right? With Viper. And then I was asking the same question on Split, like what do they Cypher now do? And then people find creative ways of doing that, I guess, where like some people are doing like this wall with the orb here, and then the Cypher can still lurk this side. But there's still some redundancy, I guess. Some teams ended up using the wall on B, I think. And then leaving the Cypher this side of the map. I actually don't mind just leaving the Cypher. I don't mind like doing it this way around, to be fair, on Split. Like using this trip. And then you got the camera, you could like place it B main. If stuff gets retaken on B main, then like later in the round you could just open the camera and just see what's going on. But Haven, I'm not sure how I'd play. I'm not sure how I'd play Viper Cypher on Haven. Viper does play nicely with the Killjoy. I'd have to think about.
If they can get C for free, they would love that.
There is an argument that maybe you should play Vice there. I don't know. Double control of Viper on Haven is different.
Potential to catch a timing against them, but it's an open site.
Garrett's the biggest Harbor believer you've ever seen. I'm not a believer. Maybe a little bit more in the current meta with Teo being nerfed. I would believe a little bit more, but I don't think I would ever play Harbor in my team, if that makes sense.
Going for the mid allows them to save Sova ult breach ult for post plan. G2 again going for the mid push. They will not.
Yeah, this is a problem. So like, this is something Fnatic we would talk about quite a lot. It's like how do we play when we have lots of ults, and then the opponent has lots of ults. And we used to, we didn't really have a keyword for it, but we probably should. We're like, we probably needed, G2 probably needed someone to make enough noise on the site to bait out some of these ults, but then just avoid them, you know? Because now we see a situation where SEN have these ults for post plant, which is a bit tricky. G2 are at least thinking about it though, like they're being proactive. They're going to use the ults for the retake now, but it's going to be a fucking nightmare. It's going to be lots of ults versus lots of ults. It's going to get messy.
Pushing up right behind them here.
A very messy
Trying
round,
to catch a
probably.
timing against them, but it's an open site. An access here for Sentinels. We're seeing it. An attempt to
Yeah, we played Harbor for one map last year for Icebox. Boaster really wanted to try it specifically because he had a read about the Viper was nerfed a little bit, and he was very worried about the timings of his Viper Orb and Wall being used on the same time, particularly on attack. He didn't think there was enough Toxin cycle to actually allow us to do things that we would usually be doing. And then we realized quite quickly that it didn't really matter, so we stopped playing Harbor.
flood back in, but the players aren't really in position to try and do so. Rolling Thunder expected on either side here. Does push back CT. G2 can't really make a go of things here with a Hunter's Fury on top of it. Might be the cherry on top here, but still G2 are going to be drawing that blood. Leap finds that opening, looking for a little bit more here. Armageddon is all being laid down on top. Sen posturing, trying to offer themselves up here in the rate. Has got so
Jesus Christ.
that opening, looking for a little bit more here. Armageddon is all being laid down on top. Sen posturing, trying to offer themselves up here in the rate. Has got so much to do.
Fair enough.
Absolutely absurd.
How well is Narrate playing right now? Like, Narrate, it's so funny that people, like, the Americans were like, this Narrate guy is not very good. It's gonna be his meta now. Just stick him on server on every single fucking map. I know his fade was unbelievable last year, but it's looking like his server's looking tasty right now.
Doesn't matter how well G2 play right now. The SEN players are pulling out ridiculous rounds. Round 5 and round 7. I think G2 played the better game. What does it matter if Zekken and Narrate are on fire like this? Oh my god, that was bonkers. The quick aim reset is superb. That's why they added this guy in the off-season. Oh, if this is how this match is beginning, we're in for a treat.
Absolutely.
Because G2 have had the read. They know what's going on. They set up for the retake.
In terms of macro, they've had a better idea of what's going on here.
But it doesn't matter. Famously,
I think that's unfair to say. Is that unfair to say? I think that's a little bit unfair to say. The problem with casting and even desk is that it is hard sometimes. I end up saying stuff that I don't really mean sometimes. I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that SEN are being completely outplayed or anything.
Extra elements take flight. And they do hit hard, these players, when they come online. Drifting towards the seaside, though, that's where Sentinels set their sights. And again, the weak and west.
I do think G2 are playing very well though,
For them, they are trying to pile in
and
with
have been a little bit unlucky.
Zekken not to be denied, and a quick flick of the wrist. They are
I mean, their eco, okay.
He's out towards the back, though. Zekken not to be denied, and a
My
quick
god, their
flick of
aim
the
is
wrist.
disgusting right now. Fuck.
Util coming his way. He's looking for more. Jorgamo earns himself. That one, but Bang is so fast to respond.
Will Sova be insta-locking this year like Tear for most maps? It'll be Sova and Fade, yeah. Mostly Sova. Sova's just generally better than Fade, in my opinion.
clean on the anti-ecos. They forced out 2 of them with absurd rifle.
It depends what maps, though. I think
The last player alive caught Bang to right.
And even the little things there, I think, Josh, as well. Bang
I've always preferred Sova for certain things.
still respecting their opponents. He's waiting.
I think that it would be really interesting to have like Anders to talk about that stuff. I know that he probably can't now, he's on G2, but I think that he would be slightly more in favor of Fade than me on some maps. Because I do think if you min-max properly, then the Fade can be better, but
It sounds calm from Zelsi.
I just like the options Sova has.
Watch what Zekken and Narrate have been able to do, but here's another rifle round. Another opportunity.
I like the micro options Sova provides.
That's how Sen are going to be looking at things. A feint
And I like
barrage
the
fake, but this one I think might have missed there.
simplicity to some degree.
But Zekken doesn't seem confident in terms of stepping in.
Like the Sova ult's just better. Like the drone is more efficient, like effective. Not efficient, but effective.
Is going to give them quite a bit of peace of mind.
Sova's not more flexible because, like, I mean, flexible. I mean, yeah, I guess Prowlers are a more flexible ability than the drone, if that makes sense.
And all the time, G2 are rotating the defensive setup. They haven't been running this.
I'm a recon main, but I don't know what to play each map after tier nerfs. What about split? Depends what comp you're running, but Fade is currently the best recon agent on split. But the recon player might need to play Viper or second duelist on split.
It's allowed both initiators to be on A.
Yeah, recon's more flexible than I for sure.
Valen and Trent potentially could have been.
Both prefers getting info on most of the maps, and when they stopped playing like that, they lost a lot last year. I don't really know what that means.
Sentinels are moving into a different spot and direction here, and it's a re-clear call with a stun in sight. There it is.
The reclears are really good.
No, we won't see Sky. We shouldn't see Sky. Like, maybe you see it on, like, Bind. I don't think you should see it on Bind, though. And maybe you could see it on Split, and I don't think you should see it on Split. But those are maps where it could be played. Like, again, I think that the Euro allows you to not have to play Sky. Have I cooked up anything with Sunset? No. No. Like, I'll be honest, like, I really did like doing Theory, but I prefer... It feels like work to me when I'm doing Theory. Like, if I was to cook up, like, a Sunset, it would really feel like work to me. So I'm trying my best to not do things like that. And I want to just watch teams play the map, and then I can react and respond to that. If that makes sense. Nice little trap re-clear from G2. They are probably the best team that uses Breach on this map. Like, Jonah knows what he's doing. They have good protocols. The Breach stun is never just being used willy-nilly. It's always very purposeful. Is it troll to play Tail after nerf? Yeah, I think so.
They would have been able to get a free plant and a 3v4 post plant. Now, things are looking almost impossible for Sentinel.
Yeah, Sova's got a worse info cycle than Fade. Yeah, Boaster prefers information on attack side, but it's not information, it's just that he prefers to take as much map control as humanly possible a lot of the time, which I think is a flaw of his. I don't think it's necessarily like... It's a flaw that he feels like he needs that, but then he does make extremely good calls, which is his strength, off of that, if you know what I mean. What do you think of Omen versus Astra on Haven and Split? It's comp dependent. I think Astra on Split is a bit of a no-brainer right now, though. I don't think people realize that, like, how good Astra is on Split currently. Haven... I mean, I've always preferred Astra in general, but I can see an argument for Haven, for Omen, depending on the comp. The one-ways were never a big deal on Haven, so that nerf didn't really hit Omen.
You've seen it consistently, as you've already pointed out. I mean, G2 re-clearing, I should say, A short.
Dan, that question is completely dependent on the context of the team you're building.
Would work wonders, but the question is, G2 could anticipate that level of it as well. They're quite good at adapting to their opponents over the course of a map.
Hey, Wendler, how you doing? What's that? What's the icon you got? Marathon Reveal Runner. Okay. I don't know what that is.
Alright, well, do you want to maybe see Split then? Because that makes it much tougher for the Vice. Well, G2 have been put 2, sometimes 3 players in garage.
VCT America's grand final appearances with 4. What?
Strategies actually makes it quite tough to come up with a game plan here for SEN if you wanted to go fast.
How many VCT grand finals have I been in? 3? Stage 1 last year. Stage 2 last year. Kickoff and stage 1 this year. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't coach this year, so.
Valen again is in spawn, waiting for Bang to teleport.
Wait, does kickoff last year count?
He's convinced that at some point Bang is going to go for this round.
We're seeing it. Stun conditioning at least.
I guess I was in 3. No, I'm talking about regionally. Like non-regionally, I've been in. I wouldn't count First Strike, but First Strike, Reykjavik, Lock-in, Tokyo, and then depends if you count pre-VCT Grand Finals domestically, because I've been in like 3 or 4 before VCT. I think.
So Bang goes and reinforces Jorgamo's position on C, and SEN are playing a pretty slow default heavy round, trying to bait these pushes out.
Our original record in Fnatic was disgusting. I don't think we lost a group game in like 2 years or something.
That one was broken as well. Has pulled presence though. Bodies starting to form up onto the side here for G2, and that information is there for Trent. Spots it. He's pushed around.
He's convinced that at some point Bang is going to go for this round.
We're seeing it. Stun conditioning at least to try and break some of this util out towards Garage. The Thorns detted early here alongside the Flash and Zekken. Senses danger lurking around the corner.
No Omen ultimate, so Bang goes and reinforces Jorgamo's position on C. And SEN are playing a pretty slow default heavy round, trying to bait these pushes out. But they're not actually.
One of the protocol is here is for Trent. Like, if the cage goes up and he can no longer see, does he wrap and then drone immediately? I presume.
Somebody to see if there's a walk down mid or a walk out garage.
Okay.
Instead, 5-person grouping up to try to hit A.
Trying to be clear here. It's good that that one was broken as well. Has pulled presence though. Bodies starting to form up onto the side here for G2, and that information is there for Trent. Spots it.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Yeah. I think I love G2 so much because yeah.
Will the timing be missed entirely?
Because we think about the game very similarly. I know it's a pretty common protocol, but it was funny. How have they fucked up? They keep doing these long fights, but they're not working.
Missed entirely. Zelsa's the first one to catch that contact. There's stuns on stuns and util in their faces. It's second. Grabs himself two.
I don't like the idea of agent bans.
Okay, will lend you to safety. But Sentinels have access to the site now.
How many maps do you think they're gonna do? How many maps am I gonna do? Until I get like today. Like I got back a couple of days ago. I went on Plat Chat yesterday, and today I genuinely just want to chill and relax. So like if I start getting bored, then I'll just stop. But I'm hoping that I watch the whole finals, to be honest. I'm taking this is a self-care day where I just don't do anything that I don't want to do. And I want to watch Valorant right now. I haven't been able to watch this yet properly. From the flank. I prefer when the telestrator is used a bit like this than when I do the zoomy circles, to be honest. I think I need to get the telestrator set up a bit better so I can draw arrows and stuff, you know?
From the flank, from behind.
You watched the Tokyo walkout recently? The ×2 is so cold. Yeah, we were talking about it in the studio the other day that because our producer asked what music they wanted, that we could request music for the stream, and I said, could we get the Tokyo music? And they started playing some of the Tokyo music during the broadcast now, but I want that one song for the finals. That one song from the finals was so sick that like I felt like I had to do something cool, you know? Like if that song wasn't, if that Tokyo final song wasn't the song, I probably wouldn't have done the ×2 sign thing.
is being called for. These G2 players, though, stopped in their tracks, and it's up to Leaf here from the side finally. Takes that time into strike here, but a lot to deal with now if you are Leaf. There's that 3-2-1 swing.
So G2 looking at their A holds, G2, there's some problems on the A holds, but they've got 4, but they did win pistol. But then some bullshit rounds kind of individually from SEN, so it's looking okay for G2. I think if I was writing notes, I'd say that there is a little bit of a weakness on the A side of the map for some of the holds that they've tried to do. And I'd be looking to problem solve some of those, I think.
Walking up alongside them here.
Do teams give players certain foods like blueberries to try and gain an advantage? Yeah, I mean, they're performance coaches, but the problem with that kind of line of thinking is that most players don't want to eat blueberries. They'd prefer to eat things they like to eat. So it's always a balance between what's optimal for your health versus what's optimal for people's happiness, because ultimately a happy player is going to play better, you know? And like, oh god, that's a pretty good Armageddon. That's a pretty good TP. How on earth? The thing about players is trying to force them to do things like eat properly is impossible, because like it'll be very interesting in the future if esports continues to develop and grow, because traditional sports, there's like a pipeline, right, between, you know, when you're young, like between the ages of, say, like, let's say you're like, you know, a child until you're like 18, where you're like through like an academy or like a youth system, right? And then there's like the professional team, right? Like when you hit like 18. But there isn't any of this really. There's academy systems, but it's not really the same. There's none of this build up for professional play. When head coaches receive their players, they do not have any good habits being built up from any kind of system. So we essentially receive the players in their rawest form, which is usually an introverted shut-in who doesn't like to communicate openly, who doesn't have good habits when it comes to health. So it's like you gotta kind of play with the hand you're dealt, really, you know what I mean? That you can't expect too much.
Finally cleans this one up, and it has called for a pause.
Korean LoL is very serious about this thing. Korean LoL is also very serious about damaging players' mental health, it seems. So I don't know how much I would look at Korea as a good source for performance elements. If anything, I think that they are behind massively when it comes to some of the infrastructure with coaching. Do most players not eat vegetables? I mean, nope.
That play from Bang was absolutely sick, under so much pressure.
To be fair, the T1, I've heard so many good things about the T1 chefs and the T1 facility. But infamously, I think when I think about Korea, I think about the old times when they didn't have enough money to buy huge facilities and head chefs, you know. Back in the day when it was like 8 players sleeping in a room and they would play 18 hours a day of StarCraft, you know. And yeah, that might just be T1 that we're referring to.
Stuns avoided. Shots rattled. Done another up position, but a timing taken there by John. 3-round lead for SEN.
And the play from Bang, it was superb. But even before that, Zekken goes in and gets...
That's individual again, right?
And the rest of the team take the space, actually, really nicely behind at first opportunity.
Individuals on Haven are popping the fuck off.
It's the final round of this first half.
You skip Pearl.
8-4. It's quite a lot in the grand scheme of things.
I'm still gonna watch, probably.
All grouped up. A lobby is theirs. Sen might be caught just unaware here.
It can be,
Oh, it's the
but
Boaster. Boaster. This was Boaster's one thing he'd do in like 2021. He'd just stand here, smoke up, sit in the smoke.
give extremely good information. If he taps it around now and sees 3 players, they can just react.
Backs though, not really watching, not really anticipating. Flash forwards. Everyone walking up onto these angles, and right from behind, this is it. Jorgamo's
no
time
trip at
to
all.
strike. Brings it true there, at least with a stinger in his hands. Bang, wrapping around now. He's got to try and at least stop this one in there.
Oh, he got the Euro ult.
Jorgamo, someone taking a bullet to the brain, but Trent is there. At least with the trade and this entire.
I think that, like, I know Anders is probably frustrated at the moment, but I think that sometimes you how do I explain it? It's like with game plan stuff, you can't always expect it to be done, if that makes sense. Especially if you're like the external coach, not the head coach, kind of giving input. I don't think you can always expect stuff to be done, unless it's like we really were practicing this week the specific ideas, and the specific ideas we were supposed to be using, and then we just for some reason didn't use them. But I think it'd be especially when you're talking about a best of 5 series, 3rd map pro. I feel like you gotta give them a little bit of a pass. Did the work with PRX change your mind either way about coming back to coaching next year? I feel like it would help me here to not be open and honest about these things, because I could, you know, I can play it mysteriously, but I'll be honest that I'm going to take offers for coaching when that time comes, but my current position feels like I probably won't end up taking a full-time offer. I'm quite liking the balance that broadcast work gives me, whilst also being able to do potentially some contractual work or freelance work for teams. It provides the best of both worlds without having to almost kill myself with work, if that makes sense. The casting stuff, it was more just Pansy asked me to fill in whilst Mike was away. And now that Mike is back, I'll probably not cast as much. But I have really enjoyed my time casting. Like, I know that it was probably rough to listen to at the beginning, and it probably still is a little bit awkward at times, but I really enjoyed casting last week. Like, I did really enjoy it. And like when I'm listening to Josh right now, like I am like, there are stuff that I'm learning, just the way he says certain things, and the way he's like framing stuff. It's nice to listen to, and like, yeah, no, I really enjoyed it last week, honestly. The desk, I was very stiff, I feel like. I don't think I was very good on the desk last week. I think that in the future, though, I'll be doing the desk more, and I'll hopefully get good enough to the point where, you know, that I feel comfortable. One sec. I've missed all of this round. Oh, that's a beautiful stun. Did he just Rolling Thunder his own teammate? Yeah, John's had a couple of shit moments here. 4-man flank is a bit awkward.
It's not pretty. The heat's been turned up entirely. John can't think. That is so close. It's gonna be on the wire.
Oh, 0.06. Okay. G2 take that. What comp would I run and split? Split comp I would run is wait, why the fuck are you upside down then? I hate the upside down people, man. This is how the map should always look. comp would I run? I think these are all viable agents. I still like the comp we ran last time, the kind of foundation. I think this would be the foundation, and then I would probably choose between other things. So we used to run it with Cypher and Omen, I think. But I think you can definitely think about this way around. And then you can also go for like this version too. So like you could literally go down to like this version, probably with the Omen you probably do it with. But I like you raising your and then like this is probably the most optimal. But the defense I'd have to think about how you run it. Yeah. This is the map where I do like Breach. I do like Breach on this map. Isn't Breach Initiator lacking in info? It is, yes. Hold would be hard on defense. Nah. Watch Cryocells play. Watch Cryocells play and tell me that B hold looks difficult when you put 2 stars down like this. Like it's really not that hard. He makes it look very simple. Being able to instantly do anything with these stars is incredible. The biggest weakness is on attack side, you cannot flush operators out very easily. With this comp specifically. With Cypher you can. Like we had a default where we'd like trip B main and then we'd like cam out middle and then like scale the camera up through middle to make sure that we didn't have anything to deal with. But this comp was specifically designed to kind of fuck on the Viper comps, really. Like this just absolutely railed the Viper comps, it felt like. That relied on the middle stuff, to be honest. Yeah, Boaster on defense too is good. The Astra hold, to be fair. Was Leo comfortable on Breach? Leo's a fantastic Breach player. I think he found it difficult at times in that comp because it's a difficult one to be the solo initiator, but he's a phenomenal Breach player. One sec, I've got 13 unread messages.
It's just been non-stop the entirety of this first half here in our grand finals. Electric gameplay on both sides. 2 teams just taking chunks out of each other. There's plenty more left to be said as well on the other side of this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
One sec, guys, sorry. I got like 15 messages to read quickly.
Well, a 2-round lead for now for Sentinels here in our opening map of the grand finals. But best of 5s can be grueling. They're marathons. And you've got to maintain that energy all the way throughout. For Sentinels themselves as well, there's a lot on the line between these 2 teams. It's not just that first seed spot, a couple of champ points as well that might be playing an effect in the long term. There is a lot on the line in terms of lifting this domestic trophy. These teams don't want to be denied it. For G2, the chance of a back-to-back. And for Sentinels, they were denied it earlier on in the year. They don't want that to happen again.
Okie dokie. How do I help PaperX? I can disclose. I just Look, when you help out a team that runs a completely different style of the game than you're used to, they asked me to help with defense, but I just watched their games back and then gave them notes on stuff, and then in practice I would just give them notes individually and macro wise, and try and figure out within the way they played the game what would make sense. I very heavily implied that they should stop doing certain things and get into certain habits about things, but it's kind of hard to explain what I mean by that. Like, they did some really like easy to fix stuff. Like, they would sometimes play, let's say on this map, like imagine if you played like one player here and you had 4 players here. Lots of the times that one player would try and hold like a full exec, and so like dumb shit like that, I was just like, can you stop doing that, please? But there was a lot of just like macro notes, to be honest. I tried doing some prep for them at times. I don't think that that was too successful, because they need to understand. I think they need a better understanding of like the macro on some of the maps before they really dig deep on like preparing against teams, because you need to be able to counter what the opponent's doing. And if you don't have a solution already for that in your like playbook, trying to do new things against that can sometimes be bad. So I think that that was a weak spot when I tried to help them with preparation. But overall, I saw some problems when they played games, and I would try and solve those problems strategically. How is the work environment? I was waking up at sometimes, in the beginning, I was waking up at like 5 or 6 in the morning, and then just watching them do scrims and giving notes where I could, and then doing a little bit of review where I could. But eventually we just decided that like I didn't need to wake up and watch it live. I would just like wake up later, and then Alex would tell me what he thinks I could watch or help with, and I would watch those games and then give notes and review if I needed to. And then I like, if I saw problems, I would suggest fixes and stuff like that, and then show them the fixes I would do personally. Lotus defense, they're already playing some really cool shit, like some really good protocols, but I did give them a few things there, I think, that were they implemented quite quickly. I was also advising on comps a little bit with what they just giving my opinion about certain things. I don't expect them to change the Fnatic stuff on any level, but I wasn't happy necessarily with some of the switches they made on some of the comps. But I do like their kind of their approach to just play double duelist to split. I agree with. It's just that they switched away from Yoru in some instances where I think they shouldn't have. Could I help a team or practice their fundamentals like trading space and double swing? Because I have no clue in that department. How could you help a team? If you don't have any clue, then it sounds like you probably shouldn't. What do you mean? Whose idea was the fracture comp? That would have been PaperX's idea. I don't think that comp is anywhere near as bad as the way that Stiggy describes it. And I think the problems with the comp are not with the attack side, like he thinks, against like the operator. I think the problem comes on defense side, when you cannot get deep information to inform your push outs. That is the problem with that composition, not the ability to push off Ulpers. I think that the Neon does a fantastic job of countering Ulpers naturally. I don't think that you need a drone to do that. The issue that they had on Fracture was defensively, they would have to commit numbers to some of the push outs that they were doing, because they didn't have a drone to inform how many players were in certain spots. And then that meant that they had too many people on push-outs, which meant that there was holes elsewhere on the map. It didn't have any useful info to re-clear so you can pre-flank. Yeah, so I mean, the pre-flanks weren't necessarily pre-flanks. They were all in pushes that became... They had to commit more numbers to pushes, basically. Who has the best Lotus, according to me? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not
Second
100%
notice.
sure about that.
No, it didn't look like it. Broken in time.
The problem I had with when they approached me about helping with that defense was that I pretty much admitted that like
G2 gonna be swarming
the
though.
comps they played were never gonna look amazing on defense. Like it's gonna be difficult, and I'm surprised how good they made their Lotus defense look because that comp's pretty hard to play defensively. So I was pretty much saying that like they're playing some of the maps they're playing are attack-sided maps, and they're playing attack-sided comps on attack-sided maps. So it's like, of course, their defense is always going to look a little bit worse. And then obviously, they do have a problem where they struggle to stand still, and they do want a plus W quite a lot, and that doesn't always work on defense. But I do think that they have. I do think it's better to press W on defense than it is to stand still. You know what I mean?
Huge for G2 to get both pistol rounds here on Sentinel's map pick.
Yeah, G2 probably the best.
I'm wondering whether
Sorry, I'm not even paying attention to this round. I've just answered questions. Is there a way to help them other than giving them feedback so they have better fundamentals? The way that I would do it sometimes if I notice fundamentals consistently being a mistake would be just to do it in VOD review, to like show some examples where like we were doing it poorly and some examples hopefully where we're doing it well, and then just make it into like, and don't isolate any individual or individuals, and just be like, look, like everyone in the team is like having a problem with this. Can we like, you know, acknowledge it and like work on it this week? And we make it into more of a kind of thing to focus on that week, like a practice goal maybe. And then any times I see it done poorly or well during that week, I kind of would probably try to show that later on. The thing is though, is that when you're coaching players like I did, those fundamentals are usually not egregious, so it's not something that we would usually focus on.
Prodding. They were hoping the Sentinels would go for a bit more of a risky, proactive play on their defense when they're on the eco themselves, and you're finally seeing it, signs of life. That's what G2 were hoping for, and well, quick wraparound. I think the rumble of the footsteps might have given it away.
Yeah, Leaf possibly heard something. John has the wrong read on where G2 are going to be ending here. So looks like one of those rounds where SEN will end up just having to die to the spike, although they're making a mass migration pretty early on actually, way before the spike has been committed, so they'll have time to fight over this.
Leaf hearing a lot of it, just backs himself out of there, doesn't want to give away his life for no particular reason, but straight into the smoke, wrapping around to the side, Valin, stinger into the sidearm, deadly combination, bang. Gonna try and do a lot from this spot, but again, the weaponry wasn't really handed off over towards him. Still, that smoke is disappearing.
Do you think this new patch would affect PaperX?
G2 survive, at least with just 2 of the players still.
I mean,
Now we get to see a bonus.
should be better for them, I guess, because they don't play Teo.
One away from Haven. To be running it on this map. Almost everybody favoring the Omen.
Early beginning here. Oh my, just spotting it. Nothing to really obfuscate the cross there. Does Valen even know the second is pushed all the way up here? Surely with the Thorns deaded. Support arriving. Valen is so fast up onto this line.
What?
And he's just going to be meeting a fight straight up with John. Nothing to really support that peak. And the refight is called for by Sentinels again. They are.
This is just a crazy bonus round.
Let that go unchecked.
Second again, man.
Well aware now that Valen could have taken that time and once more, but he's trying to regroup once up onto that. Ray watching it.
I'm very scared for EMEA if these American teams are playing like this. Like, Sentinels' raw individual firepower this game has been phenomenal.
Expenditure to util here. Sentinels winning out. Battle lines tight all the way over towards C. Might be bogged down a little bit though. There's a lot of Cypher util to contest with.
I like how simple G2 is keeping it though. They know that A control's being fought for with numbers. Immediately just go through Garage with a C drone. Astral.
Might be bogged down a little bit though. There's a lot of Cypher util to contest with.
I wonder what would have happened though if Cypher and Omen did just play right now.
The trips don't even matter at this point.
Yeah.
There's no spam that Zelsis is going to be able to provide.
That's that Cosmic Divide. Denying a chance for Zelsis to potentially.
Neon ult for retake, but he's on flank. Thank you, Milo. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Is this already presentation for Toronto? Are you at the analyst desk? No, I'm not working Toronto. I don't expect to be working global events this year, I don't think. I've only done the desk like 4 or 5 times now. I think 5 times maybe. And I don't think I'm very good yet, honestly. Oh, I don't think I'm good enough yet, to be honest. I think give me 5 more, and I think I'll be good enough. But I don't think right now.
They didn't allow for any safe location for Teho, for Astra to play inside of. Look at second on the
Are you still helping Paperx for Toronto? I'm taking a break right now, but I'm taking a break right now, but I'll be helping them for Toronto, yes. Why do you think EMEA is becoming the worst region? It used to be the best region. I don't think it is the worst region. I don't think that APAC is better than the EMEA. I don't think China's better than the EMEA. Even by champs. My goal is champs, but I don't think it will happen. So my second goal is obviously just to work globals next year. But I'm trying to like really be like because I'm spinning a lot of fucking plates at the moment. Like to even just do casting for the first time and desk for the first time as someone who's not naturally that person is like a lot of work. And then I'm also doing fucking consulting, coach consulting. I've been doing the coach potato stuff where I can, and then living my life as much as I can. What should a tier 3 team do to acquire map macro in a week while still testing comps? It's such a broad question that you're basically asking me how do I get better at Valorant? Like I don't. You have to be more specific. I'm sorry. I really don't know. You have to watch smart people. Watch Anders stream more. watch Anders' stream more. Watch my stream a little bit more, and between us, you might learn. But I don't know. Me and Anders and people like that, we've spent years looking at these maps and the meta changes and stuff. You know. In the beginning, did you hit up Paperx? Or they asked me for that? I wasn't hitting up Paperx, no. I didn't. Paperx asked me to help with their defense, and then I said I will watch their games and see what I think I can help with, and I started working with them. I thought that was a VOD review. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what happens in this chat. Because I don't stream enough, every time I come back to streaming, I get asked a lot of questions. And I feel like I should answer the questions. And then I end up not watching the VOD. Many streamer personality versus Yinsu personality, streamer personality is polar opposites. What does Yinsu do on stream? She usually just flames FNS, doesn't she? And then talk about... She flames me too sometimes. She baits.
The site that's going to be theirs now. Zekin and John QT left into this 2v3. The outlaw doubled up with the bodies. G2 to be said of Valen.
30 seconds left.
Bang all the way up through.
I think there's something to be said about
backside control, calling for the flood attempt, and here it is with a bit of the util. G2 though, they were lying in wait and they pounce on the timing.
Should probably point out many of Trent's kills are not rocket related for the common owners. I mean, yeah, I mean, my Twitter tweet thing was mostly just, that's how I'd frame it if I was doing like a proper, if I was trying, but I'm not really trying. I think it should be, I don't know how many times I got to repeat generally publicly that I think that G2 are not going to struggle in a new meta, and that Trent, they'll have absolutely no problems switching, and that Trent is one of the best recon players in the world, including Teo. I'm up early. Yeah, I had a meeting at 9 in the morning, so I was up quite early. Also, I had my window open because it was so hot in my room that I ended up waking up like really, really early. But I feel refreshed today. I quite like this schedule. If I'm able to stream early quite a lot, that would be really good. Hope you're getting a good paycheck for your work. I'm not gonna lie, it's decent. The work I'm doing is comparable to coaching. It's decent money. I am blessed to be able to do it. It's decent money and I still get a fucking break. When on TV she will politely ask what's the investment. Yeah, she also frames him on the broadcast too, yeah. Did Sliggy start having a huge amount of faith in Paperworks because you're working with them? No, I didn't really. I said in passing to Sliggy one day when we were playing like Counter-Strike or something. Were we playing Counter-Strike? I can't remember. I remember saying, oh, Slig, like Paperworks reached out, I might be working with them. Yeah, so oh, that's cool. But after watching Plat Chat yesterday and we saw his predictions, he was predicting them to win like 6 weeks before I was working with them. So I think he was already had a thing for Paperworks. Mika, I did a whole interview about Leo, and you should go watch that because the short answer is yes, I think he will still be very good. Where's the interview? Let me quickly. So a guy called Platoon, I think. Is it Platoon? Oh, I can't remember his name. I might be fucking that one up. Leo. Was it Platoon? No, Command. Sorry, Command. I get them mixed up.
Just one.
So, Command did a video on it, and then he posted the full video here of my interview. There's a video he does about Leo, but then which has me in it with these interview clips. But there's the full video. The top comment is this, so you know I must be glazing. The top comment is, many talk about Leo like your mum talks about your cousin, which is a pretty funny comment, to be honest. The other top comment I like is Leo was so good he didn't trial for Fnatic. Fnatic trialed for Leo, which is also true. He made us trial him, which is kind of funny. I don't think he wanted. I think he was I think he wanted to join Navi before we trialed him, and then I think when we trialed him, he was like, "Okay, I think I prefer Fnatic." I think I might have said some things that made him cautious about joining us, and then when he actually saw how we operated, I think he probably preferred us. But I don't know because he never told me anything about it. But that was my you know. I mean, Navi were back then were the better team, like technically. They finished higher at champs. 100 duck sized sliggies or one sliggy sized duck? Sliggy sized duck. 100 duck sized. 100 duck sized sliggies so that I can. Ooh.
people
That'd be
might not
fun.
checking.
100 of them. Just 100 of his little fucking smug faces just getting fucking bapped in.
Broken early makes you pretty scared that
I'd be like little
someone's gonna
stress
wanna
balls. I'd be
blow which
popping his
one.
head open.
Fear in the back of your mind.
Do you think Slicky will coach again? No, he makes too much money. He makes way too much money. Not a chance.
Trent anticipating that one. A re-swing attempt here with a stun.
You fucking Oilers.
Close it out early. Gets postured off. Not much information here. Flash. Seconds postured off the angle to Salmos, though. Remove that first layer and wave of a bit of that util. Trip's going to be broken.
There.
Pretty unusual spot actually here from Bang over towards A lobby. So he's tucked in a corner that a lot of people might not be checking.
One sec. I'm gonna tune into the game a few times. I can answer that Paper X question in a sec. Smoke. I just want to watch the game.
Somebody's in a corner, but you don't know which one.
Fear in the back of your mind. Jorgen, we're going to be using this now. Dimensional drift. Clears it out. Spots the one. But only the one here. Zek
Oh.
under a lot of pressure. Trent anticipating that one. The re-swing attempt here with a stun. Aftershock. Cleared away out.
I mean,
towards
C
garage.
splits seem like the game right now.
Bang and Omen ulted to try to get onto the flank. Valen, he's aware of it, holding this.
And still, it is better guns into the
Oh, the
hands of these
timing.
G2 players. Past it. The timing.
Okay.
Oh, and Valen just catches it. Bang. It's going to be hurting after that one, honestly.
Remaining.
No clearance onto the corner, and everybody from Sentinels is just toppling and dropping. Flawless here from G2. 2-round lead.
But this is the round 19, where Kaplan took a tactical timeout to try to adjust things for Sentinels. I think it's really important that they put Zekken in a position where he can win the round for them. He's been the player. I mean, Bang and Narrate have also been, I think, coming up with some decent moments. Bang in
Singers,
particular.
they're trying to be like us. They not like us. You know what I mean?
So where is Zekken going to be playing? He's playing a pretty standard spot over towards A lobby. Sen don't look like they've adjusted too much.
Second blinds up, though. Jorgen's got to be here in this one, surely. Emphasis play stacks, just missed it onto the angle. Zekken is happy to oblige and draw some
What?
blood out.
That was a
Still
mistake.
Trent does
I think-
follow up.
Dude, going 1-for-1 there is perfectly fine for G2. They're not bothered about that at all. You take away the player that's got 21 kills.
I mean, it's also just attack side Haven.
G2 have got big ults to be able to work.
You attack side, you want to get 4v4s, I think, right?
Giving up all of A, instead looking for that
Jesus
reassuration
Christ.
through mid and, okay, let's go even.
C just seems like where that G2 are ending constantly.
They have to go and recover that.
It's like they can't take the aiming control that successfully, and then they just end up into C splits quite a
Now
lot.
gonna realize that those players that went down the mid
I want to watch that Haven
is
more.
defending A. So there should be a gap. Bang,
Timing.
Valen, again.
Timing again! It's Valen who wins this one out.
Both times. Bang, just not quite checking an angle.
Christ.
Beginning up, Garanis was push where it aimed.
Bounces.
But feel like it's the same. Double trips over towards A recon to make it feel like it's the same. But instead, Zekken looking like he wants to try his hand at taking this timing push out through grass.
Nice little trap play. So we're about to see a camera here, stun, and then maybe the neon goes out, but that seems a bit risky, right?
It's going to be expended on top of it, straight up through.
Yeah.
Fault
So
line on the other side.
kind of quick that was, by the way. Look how quick this is.
Zone's going to be expended on top,
Stun on Leaf, and then
straight up through B.
stun back immediately on Garage. That's fucking quick. Like, we can see what the play is about to be. Like, potentially. Jonah P has gone up in my books a lot. I don't know if they know that this round exists or they expect this round, but that is disgustingly quick.
Fault line on the other side. There's a Hunter's Fury offloaded by Narrate. It feels like a bit of a garage take.
They
That's
went
where
for-
most of them are going.
They had a stun as well, so Junkie
My heart-
was trying to catch those players outside
Yeah.
garage to help the Hunter's Fury, but G2 vanished in a puff of smoke.
Has feelings right now that it doesn't usually get.
Really could have used it for Sentinels.
You're still going into double trips,
I feel a little bit emotional.
though. So Sen have a great chance at defending.
And the Raiders are committed here.
Why can't more teams play this level of Valorant?
Okay, there's a trip to try and play off. Jonah B. Right over towards the top and through the wall. And the Raid dodging, weaving, ducking away. And dominating.
I think I might just fall in love, yeah. I love watching beautiful Valorant, but there's only like a few teams that can do it. Like, I have to watch so much stuff in like now that I am broadcast, I have to watch a lot of Valorant that I don't like watching. Like a lot of Valorant that I'm not entertained by. I'm not interested in. If we could get to this level, it would really help. Thoughts on that side? Yeah, everybody has good hopes on him. Everybody spoke about him. Patch, yesterday. What are your thoughts? Nats has been a very good IGL. He's been a good leader. I think he's got the personality type that's disposed to being a good IGL, because he can probably just take a lot of things from the coach, and is self-reflective and has a good growth mindset. Everything I know about Nat sounds like he is the perfect person to coach into being a great IGL. So I have no doubts about him, Brody.
Needed this one near side. Fantastic connection and a good cleanup in the end here by Sen.
Have I said that before? That sounds like a line I would say. Like G2 is your favorite coach's favorite team or something. Yeah, that sounds about right.
A more passive approach to A, with the help of Zelsis utility that he took away from
Trent versus Rians, who do I pick and why? Right now, Trent is playing better. I think historically Rians has been better, but I think right now Trent is playing better. I think Trent is in a slightly more macro focused team, and Heretics is still macro, but like there's a little bit more micro with Heretics at times, I think. Thank you, Georgie. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Why don't I coach anymore? Because it takes it ruins your life. So I'm taking a break for the moment and seeing if I need to ruin my life next year. Who's the closest to being the IG on Paper X? Jason. Both. I don't know how much I should or shouldn't say. I have a feeling they tried to keep it quiet on purpose, but I feel like it would be better for them in the long run if they do commit a bit more to Jason, and Jason takes that responsibility more. It's tough because he plays different agents, different roles, top fragging, and now I'm saying that he should probably be the IGO too. But I'm planting the seeds for him to become the IGO, like really become it. I really want to see him be the IGO. I think that Ilya, something, and Jing will often suggest things they want to do as a duelist, but I think I haven't listened to their comms enough in officials to fully work out how they're comming everything, but I think I would I really want to see Jason get more responsibility. God almighty, Zach can speak good this game, innit? If one day given the chance, would you consider coaching for PaperX? At the end of this year, I'm gonna take offers, but I don't think I doubt it would be PaperX that would be the team if I did decide to go for a coaching role, like a full-time coaching role. Should I think that'd be the perfect IGL for Vitality?
Very difficult round there.
Name some IGLs for me, and I can help you out. But how the fuck do you
When you expect the Cypher to be on the site,
FNS? No.
thinking maybe that those trips are for heaven.
Sadak to Vitality. That's interesting to me because I was thinking about that actually in the shower this morning.
And he's caught.
That's the kind of shit I think about when I'm showering. Is Sadak and Vitality. Enzo doesn't even IGL his team right now. Thank you. See you soon. See you soon. Is that a joke about see you soon? Sadak to Vitality makes no sense. Why does it make no sense? Can I ask why does it make no sense? Having an IGL that can control a bunch of superstars. Oh, makes sense. No. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. One import per team. That's true. Am I helping PaperX for Toronto? I'm not helping them right now because they're doing a couple of tournaments. But when they're done with their tournaments, qualifiers and stuff, after that, I think they're going to take a break and then I'll come back and help them a little bit. I don't want to give this impression though that like it's all like me or something. Like I do obviously love the fact that like I helped them out and they started winning. Like that feels really nice, but like I don't want to give this impression that like, you know, like I have a big ego, but my ego is not that big, you know what I mean? My ego's big, but it's not big enough to take, you know, all this credit for everything. So would you replace Safe with Sadak? Well, I mean, they're not gonna be able to do that right now because KC aren't gonna let that happen in a fucking minute, are they? So you'll be officially in the VLab page? No, because I'm consulting for them.
Trying to secure the first of these map points.
I'm consulting for them.
Have a habit of this as well. It's going to be that slow squeeze over the course of the round.
I'm not a full-time employee with them or anything. I just consult.
Risks are to be taken. Replay it down. Head of the spear chopped right off with Zekken falling early.
A big ego and solid ego. I need to figure that one out. I think I need to figure that one out. I wrote that down today because I oscillate between having a big ego and being very self-conscious or self-deprecating, and I need to figure out if that's because my general achievements are obviously quite high, so therefore like I am just reacting to my own achievements in a way that's like how you might if you achieved a lot, but then at the same time I oscillate between that and complete humbleness from like know that I was lucky on some level and you know, there are things that I do not so well and there are people more talented than me at certain things. But then sometimes I watch Valorant, I'm like, yeah, but I would just make this team win. So it's like really hard. Like I don't know, like it's difficult. Yeah, it's really difficult.
They are getting squeezed on the A site.
That's what I mean. Control of the map entirely, almost here.
What were the PaperX players like inside the server? Let me finish this VOD. Let us finish this VOD quickly, and then I could do AMA time, and then we can watch the second map. Because I've not really watched much of this attack properly. Leaf's position is incredible this map, this round. Okay, it's over. How did they set this round up quickly? It's just constantly trying to set up Yoru towards the A side of the map, and then he can TP out if he needs to, I guess. Instant drone to punish Zekken's beautiful. And Josh is doing very good casting to explain what's just happened.
He had such a start to this map. He was on fire.
Maybe I should ask Josh what he thinks about some of my stuff.
Now has to watch as G2 try to secure the first of these map points.
G2 have a habit of this as well. It's going to be that slow squeeze over the course of the round.
He just presents everything better than me.
Risky business pushing up like this, but risks are to be taken. Replay it down. Head of the spear chopped right off with Zekken falling early here. Let's see if the clearance is there, and he hears it.
Reclear C long. Timing into B. A finish, okay. Colin! Photographer Colin. This guy's a beast, man. This guy's the beast.
to the first half with the lead.
Ask me anything time quickly before we go to second map. What questions do you want me to answer? And then let me focus on the second map. Because I can't oscillate between trying to VOD review properly and then answer questions for the time. Thoughts on Patman fitting into his role? Do you think it gives PaperX more creativity? I don't think it gives him more creativity. I think that he's just a very good player, and it allows PaperX to play roles that are more comfortable for them in general. It seems, because it means that the second duelists on the team can play Omen sometimes, because Mind Freak obviously had to play Omen. The biggest thing about Pat is that he was very I hope they're okay with me saying these things openly, and it is not like that I'm not breaching their trust or something, but for me, Pat was he seemed a little insecure, a little bit imposter syndrome joining PaperX. Like, he would ask me for like help sometimes, like a couple of times, to help him with utility and stuff. But I sense that he wasn't asking me from a place of like wanting to learn as much as from a place of not wanting to make mistakes and not wanting to like upset the team or something. And I had to kind of like, I mean, I didn't have too much time to work with them in some instances, so partly it was because of time, but I was also like, bro, you don't need my help. like you don't need to ask for my help. Like the biggest thing that he could do to like help the team was to just accept that he was a good player, because he is a really good player, and not worry so much, I guess. I don't think he thought, I think he worried that he wasn't good enough or something. I was like, you know, he's not quite got Leo's levels of like utility usage, but he's still phenomenal. He doesn't need, like, he's got time, and you don't need to be literally Leo to provide impact for the team, you know what I mean? We're talking about Patman. So, yeah. And his aim's incredible. So I was like trying to just remind him that like his aim's incredible. He doesn't need to think too hard, you know? I think he's a smart player anyway. He doesn't need to be min-maxed right now. Yeah. So I was trying to make sure that he just remembered that he's very good at the game. Do you think player more matches actually hinders team chance to split two champions? Yes. I think it's better to not play other tournaments, to be honest. But at the end of the day, we're esports is a business, and so business decisions need to come first a lot of the time. Personally, as a coach, I'd prefer not to have to play in the other tournaments, but unfortunately, they probably need to. How do I help PaperX? Do you like do set protocols on defense reviewing? Setting protocols sometimes. I keep just giving information to Alex, and then he will implement them in the ways that he thinks is best, is the way I describe it quite a lot of the time. Something as simple as like Jason using the Odin a little bit more on Lotus was like something I suggested. There's quite a few more examples. Some things that I've said haven't been implemented yet, or haven't really found implementation, but a lot of them have found implementation, and they definitely do try things quickly, that I say. Most of it seems to be working quite well. Some of it hasn't worked. Do you think the nerfs that might do you think nerfs that G2 might learn into Chamber of Vice they played on Pro in the past? I'd be surprised if they didn't play Chamber of Vice on Pro, yeah. The problem though is that you'll see more KO usage now on Pro, so they might be worried about KO countering Chamber of Vice, and then might look at Viper again, maybe. So I'm not sure. I'm interested to see. I'm interested for them to teach me how this new meta should be played, rather than me having to think at all. Would Raga, Jemkin, Fukashu fit EU team? Fukashu was someone that I've looked at for a long time, and I have no doubts that he could play. I don't know the other two players. I think the question is also hard to answer because I think I might be egotistical, but I don't think there's a single player on the planet that I couldn't integrate into Fnatic as long as they weren't an asshole outside of the game, if that makes sense. If I can integrate Alpha into Fnatic, then I see no problems being able to integrate aggressive, strange playstyles into a team. Do you think pro players improved mechanically from last year? In general, that has to be true because, you know, talent rises, I guess. I don't think it's like in general, I don't think it's, you know, the jump between year 1 and 2 is going to be bigger than the jump between year 2 and 3, and it's going to keep the gap, like the kind of improvements in the game are going to keep getting lower and lower because we understand the game better and better. I'm confused as to how the comps would affect with Mind Freak playing. It would, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Isn't it more comfortable for the other boys now with the roles they play? Like Jing plays Smoke sometimes, which is more comfortable than playing an Initiator. Something plays Smokes like a Brimstone sometimes, which is, I know he had a rough game in one map, but like it is more comfortable than having to play a Breach. I think Smokes is the easiest role to play and easiest to flex onto, if that makes sense. He said it in a post-match interview? Who? What? Sorry? Oh, the comms video when he's asking permission to peek. The thing is that what he was doing there in Fnatic, like, I would expect Alpha to ask me for permission to peek, but I laugh so hard. Like well, let me get it up. I had it up. I have it on Discord. One sec. Like, even I thought it was funny because, like, look, like, I linked it to them and like, but like I know in Fnatic, like I would want Alpha to ask me for permission, but I know in Paperrex it doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like there is a very different style, and I find that funny. What will be the best comp on lowest now with that tail? It'll be the Fnatic comp. Could you give example sort of what coaches write down after each round? Let me find my. I have here. Let me try and open my camera up. This is versus EG in Tokyo upper bracket. Like the way I have it done is that, like, here on the left is the strat that we're gonna run, and on the other side it's what I think EG are running at that time. And you can see there's a lot of blank notes sometimes because I'm just not, you know, paying attention as much, I guess. And then I have like the timeouts, like how many timeouts we have. And then below are like, these are the things I want to say during a tactical pause, or just notes that I'm keeping track of. So the notes, like this is split on attack. And I've written the EG are fast retaking ramp on their A side of the map. We need to. I've written we need to get out, which I don't know what the fuck that means, or push CT. So what I'm saying is in this note here, so visualize it. So when we're going A, EG were responding quick with ramp retake, and I was suggesting that we need to then flip and push into CT, or I presume the other option would have been to just fight them on the ramp. I also made the note that late lurking would be strong, so I think that like we go here, but we should leave Jake here probably, and late lurk here, because they're taking like all this ramp control. This will probably be open for a lurk. I've also put they have a read on a retake A read, which sounds like a defense note, to be honest. It sounds like a defense note. The other side, our split defense had a lot more notes. We're retaking too slowly. I think we should play Cypher B. They're Astra's lurking. They understand our re-info B cycle. Should we play double heaven, question mark? I think we should play Cypher B versus Viper Wall B. So there's quite a few notes there. I was scrambling for notes on that one, it seems. So yeah, those were like just some notes that I was writing. I don't know what other coaches write, to be honest with you. I remember Stacks asked me when we won lock-in, the top 4 teams were still at the hotel, and so when we won, we came to the hotel, and we were all just like, you know, the DRX CEO likes a drink sometimes, so he had some drinks, and we were all just drinking and like chatting, having fun. And Stacks asked me like, "What are you doing when you're like you're writing your notes and stuff?" And I told him like what I was doing, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to tell my coaches to do that." So I don't know what other coaches do. Has your impression of the PaperX players changed after working with them? Yeah, a little bit. I think that they are more. I think they're more individually skilled than I even first thought. You know, when a team is losing a lot in APAC, I presume that like they weren't going to be as individual, but I think their individual skill is really high at the moment. Who surprised me? Something surprised me. I thought something was probably struggling at the moment, but I think he surprised me with how he does seem pretty smart, and he does have decent aim. He does seem to think about the game on a deeper level. He is looking for feedback quite a lot, it seems like. So I think he was the biggest surprise. If I could be a vegetable, which vegetable would I be? I don't know. I say I said I'd be a raisin as a fruit, but I can't remember. I don't know what for a vegetable. People seem very interested in my work with PaperX in a way that like they want to know my contract with them. Like I'm not telling you guys how can I just work with them and you guys not know the actual like details of my contract? I'm a consultant. I know that seems like weird because not many people do that stuff, but what do you think about safe on literally anything but duelist? I think that it's rough now because I don't know. Like, he can't play duelist if he's IGL. Long story short. What's my thoughts on Jeji's comp on Haven? Viper's good. I don't like the way they play Killjoy, and I don't know if Killjoy is great. Trackster Fnatic. Do you think Fnatic are likely to pick up someone that Dirk had just spent, you know, a 10-minute essay writing about how he didn't like working with him? Has Fnatic ever picked up someone like that before? 1 hour in a room with Mini, no police interference. Sliggy called me a fraud because you had the same meta for the whole year. It's not my fault that the meta didn't change. And it's not my fault that we you know, made the meta on half the maps in the pool. What is this? Oh yeah. I don't know what this game is from though. This is a This is a bind. This is bind versus this is bind versus NRG Tokyo 2023. Yeah. I never wrote the team or the name, but I know from the notes what team it is. Oops, my headset just died. Move cam. Oops, sorry. Did I? Yeah. Do you think Euros should be meta? Yes. And sometimes what people consider the meta, just because something is meta just equals popular. There's this whole thing about like pick rate equals strong. And this is a fallacy. This is a fallacy. Well, actually, this isn't the fallacy. This part is true, but to me, like this is not true. Just because something is picked a lot doesn't make it strong. It just means that teams think it's strong. Doesn't mean it's true. I would argue to the fucking bitter end that KO on Icebox is not good, and like that doesn't, if you know what I mean. Like last year, I think that we were behind on some things, I guess, but I think we're ahead on some things, and the entire narrative became that we didn't fit the meta, and it's like, well, doesn't mean anything, if that makes sense. Like if we were winning, like it's also like 2023, like we didn't play a lot of what people thought was the meta, and then it just became the meta because we won a lot. It's like a really weird system. Like, did Dirk already say something about not liking Fnatic? No. He said something about Trex, which means that Trex is probably not a great person for Fnatic to pick up. What does the number mean on the notes? It was the round. So it would be like... You know what I mean? It was just the round. What round it was. Do I think Paperettes can beat G2? It'll be difficult, but do you think Fnatic will win against TH because their TH so close? I think that Heretics are better. Okay, right. Last questions. Do you think teams that don't use tail that much have an advantage going into Toronto? Yes and no. I don't think G2 have a disadvantage. I think G2 have the advantage of just being very good strategic minds that will be able to adapt to this meta better than other teams. MIBR, I think MIBR are a top 4 looking team for Toronto. I think that all 3 American teams look like potential top 4 teams. Like, I could very easily see 3 NA teams and like Team Heretics being the top 4. Like it's rough to say, but I could see that. The only thing about China, I don't watch China, so I could be wrong. But yeah. If only ask questions like this in the Ask Me channel. Okay, we go to we're gonna finish off the Ask Me Anything with answering the questions from Discord. Oh god, there's a lot. We'll do this tomorrow. There's too many. I'll answer these tomorrow. Okay, like this Discord gets priority tomorrow. Okay, when we start the stream, or whenever I stream next. I don't know.
Here they stand once more, facing off against each other.
Okie dokie. So first question is, because I'm so mad that teams are so bad around this Viper orbit going through. My first question for G2 is, are they going to disappoint me? Or are they a team that actually goes through this orb appropriately or scales up against this orb appropriately? Oh.
Yes, gonna be action, some bit of damage done.
Oh, that was close.
Oh, sidestep, not suppressed by the drone, so able to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, that's a tight one. G2 Part of their game plan this time might be to try and apply pressure to Zelsis. We've seen quite a few teams run that kind of strategy against Sentinels on Split.
Walking all the way up though, that's okay, acknowledgement of a bit.
I mean, that's a bit weird.
Goodness me. Rapid fire when it goes to the hand. He's just seen a shoulder, might be hunting for a little bit more. 3 in a round for him. Can he get the 4? TP's back to safety, rejoining. Rest of the pack.
And when you have a player that's on form like this, white hot to begin the map, why wouldn't you want to fight? He looks super confident, utilizing Zelsis as bait, and put Valen and Jonah P in an almost impossible spot.
Yeah. Walking but spotted. Just to the side here and a flash and a repeat. Wow.
You're going to steal his ace? Zekken could have had a second ace of the series.
Yeah, Zekken's form is incredible.
Gonna force this. G2 though with no plant, no kills. They don't really have the money to go for it. So
You think with another map, MIBR beating the likes of G2? It's gonna be really frustrating to me if I see G2 fall off, but I'm telling you guys, you don't like the narrative should not be that G2 fall off here at all. Like the narrative, it should be a surprise if they fall off. John QT IGOs for Sun.
full buy up as much as they can, just in case. But it should make this round extremely one-sided.
Salvos.
Like the way like they play like Fnatic play. Like, you know what I mean? They play like how, like when I was coaching, how Fnatic would play. Like, how can you think that that's gonna be bad? Like,
Thunder's force. At least TP back out, but Narrator's just going to be trying to hold down that line, but cleaned up in the end. We'll see if that gun is.
yeah, Sanders does help that. Yes.
Where are the other players playing inside with Narrate?
Yeah, a bit fearfully, I think, as well. With that aftershock's going to be pushing them back and away. And now doubled up, grouped up, bit of stray spam, but right click jumping in your face, classic, and that's going to be gun reclaimed. Another layer to it though, G2.
Verno has an insane fade in server. I agree. I think Verno does have an insane fade in server. I think that so does G2. Wait, how the fuck?
TP back out, but Narrator's just going to be trying to hold down that line, but cleaned up in the end. We'll see if that gun is retrievable. Might have just dropped down.
Where are the other players playing inside with Narrate?
Yeah, a bit fearfully, I think, as well. With that aftershock's going to be pushing them back and away. And now doubled up, grouped up,
No.
bit of stray
Oh,
spam,
okay.
but
Okay.
right click jumping in your face, classic, and that's going to be gun reclaimed. Another layer to it though, G2. Looking to step forward once more, trying to fight. Sentinels the ones slowed down here because this retake is just
Jesus
occurring. The guns are
Christ.
not exactly the weapons of choice. Still John adjusts just in time. Over towards the top though, that is the sheriff singing out. And a head ripped
Ooh,
off.
I wonder
Force this round, Brent.
what does Jonah now play.
Pull as much as you can
What suits Jonah in this matter is the question. Actually, that's a question I've not had to answer. He can play Viper. He can play server. Because his Sky was the famous one, right? Like, his Sky was good. They ain't playing KO, though, are they? Let's be real. So he could just play the Viper. The problem is that his Viper isn't as good as Leaf's Viper.
And
Unbelievable.
they've somehow stolen it away.
Like,
Would go be in the like some of the players in heaven, like Zelsis to be do. They've already proven that in the Narrate.
oh, it's going to be gone. Taken away. Wind out of the sails here for
Ramp.
Sentinels.
Anti-eco.
Yeah, this is a devastating beginning.
Cleared the ramp
Once
out.
more,
Hey,
you know, the hard
okay.
work of Zekken. He's gonna bound. So who knows?
So you mentioned Bruce, but he's still alive for now. And yeah, they want to try and flood a massive difference with the difficulties. Not really too many safe places to stand against it, but already vacuuming it up into G2. Just we'll see if the round would
Surprising, particularly relevant. And they got to make sure that this half doesn't slip away from them as well. 'Cause
Many
they started it
what?
Brilliantly.
Yeah.
It's been a microcosm of the first map. A white hot beginning, and then G2 take it away.
They won't play Deadlock.
There's a set play that a lot of teams go
Only
for.
behind Less. Less is... I think there's many other Vipers better than Less, well, at least currently. I think Nats, Leaf, and even Chronicle was Viper.
Igor rolled out A at the start of the round with a paranoia.
Like, I think Chronicle's Viper is so underrated.
With Leaf, but that didn't happen.
Why didn't we play Pro? Because we weren't very good at it.
Giving up that space.
And then we decided to try to get good at it. But no one would practice us.
Info that G2 weren't really trying to take B main there.
I think the rate was there with a good response in terms of having util to refight.
Who was the best opponent you faced as a
Like that
coach?
safety. Oh, just
I've
right
never,
on time.
like, I'm not being cocky, but I've never been on a server and thought, wow, this coach is really messing with me here. In my early days, it happened, but when I got good at coaching, I never felt like, I was never scared of another coach. Loud? I mean, Loud wasn't because their coach was taking timeouts that were affecting me. It was because they had a good game plan, if that makes sense. And their map pool was good against us. But I wasn't on stage thinking, oh my god, Fraud's gonna fucking timeout me. I was scared of Slicky.
In terms of having util to refight.
There were some coaches that I would hesitate to take timeouts against. Like, the way I describe it is like IGL coach, right? So, Boaster, like, would usually be better than the, what do you call it? Opponent? IGL. And then I was either better than or equal to the opponent coach, right? So usually I would hesitate to take timeouts when the coach was at least equal to me, because Boaster was usually still better than the other IGL. And so I didn't want the other coach to give their weaker IGL more input. Potter? I was never afraid of taking a timeout versus Potter or vice versa. It's not to say that she's not a great coach, but I have to back myself here. Like, against people like Potter, I'm less likely to time out early, if that makes sense. Especially when it's obvious stuff. Like, if ults are about to come up, I don't want the other coach to have any opportunity to talk about our ults or something. Like, I'd rather, like, I trust Boaster more than I trust Boaster more than the opponent, if that makes sense.
Of course he is.
Holding down towards Ventier. Drop down at turn. Just a few kneecaps. All
Yeah, it's pretty much that, Buttocks, yeah. So you do say, so you're saying that Sadak and Fraud diffed you in 2023 chaps? Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly how it went. No, what happened was, for some reason I wanted to play Chamber on Bind instead of Cypher, and if we just played Cypher, we'd probably pick Bind, and it would have been fine. Was there a player who you played against that was really annoying to play against, really hard to kill? I mean, Aspas. I mean, Aspas is the greatest player that we've played against. The Aspas's stats against us are unbelievable. Like, his stats against us are like what his stats look like in ranked, probably. It's disgusting. Leo Aspas. I think that the role Aspas plays means that he's going to be able to always carry teams if he needs to. Whereas Leo's role is harder to carry from, but it's harder to find players like Leo, if that makes sense. Like, I know that Aspas is kind of a one in a generational, but there are a couple of people that can hang with him, if that makes sense, on some level, as a duelist.
Instinctual plays all around. It doesn't matter that you just heard required. Owner there, been around. Strategy of Sentinels is this control over towards the side of the map. Force a bit of utility out of G2 early. SEN have a trap play in mid. Trent and it's because they on though.
Unexpected with the timing second.
Okay, just anti-eco. They got stacked, but
VCT was in that upper bracket semi-final that we just watched recently.
As we were talking about prior, Valid earned himself up as well to a nice milestone.
In a huge round for him.
someone's asking me. I'm getting asked about, like, I did an interview recently, and they're asking me what I want my name, my role to be. Am I now a commentator and analyst, or should it be former coach? You think, like, we're talking about the past, and that the answers I'm giving are about coaching. So I feel like it should say coach analyst. I'm not lagging. Show my hairline. I showed my hairline yesterday because Bren was asking why I don't, why British people push their hair forward.
The guns in the hands of these Sentinels players. Strike while the iron's hot and can stem the bleeding even better.
This is what Imi was talking about, right? Imi was talking about this on Plat Chat, and I think I agree with him and not Sean in this instance, where he was basically saying, why were SEN not taking this and taxing G2, like force G2 to now use utility against them? Like, why is Bang not taking this right now? Bren's British too? Yeah, he was asking. What's coach salary like compared to players? Usually you half it, I'd say. In general, like whatever team the coach is on, you probably half it, and that's the coach's salary. But then they also get less benefits too, if that makes sense. Like less likely to get percentages for skins or prize money and stuff. Yeah.
Neutral being used here by SEN to try and control B main, but
And then when you hear the ludicrous salaries some of the players are on, very few coaches can half those salaries.
Taking B main control. That flash tells you that the attackers are there, rather than just allowing G2 to contact takeout.
through mid. Bang jiggling is going to be big.
No. Take some of the higher salaries in Fnatic and half it, and that was my salary, is basically what I'm saying.
Exec lined up.
Yes, Energy, Shet was on, yes. America is different. Energy is different. 100K. In my best year, my base salary, my salary I got from Fnatic, excluding prize money and skins and stuff, was around just over that, I'd say 6 figures-ish.
And Bang was phenomenal.
But that was 1 year.
He's already
That was one year. Like my salary in 2022 was half of that, I think. We're talking pre-tax.
No signs of life until now. Buying is going to be
In NA, NRG would, yeah, be able to pay triple probably.
still with that paranoia. Excellent. Nicholas for the fight forwards. Brilliant with the use. Still with that payment. No signs of life until now. Buying.
So Sen were set up with a trap here. So yeah, so Imi was saying about like why didn't Bang actually like contest the space, force the util out, and then G2 can't immediately exec with util. So let's see what actually happens here. Like they do just walk through the smoke, right? Yeah, they use one flash to re-clear, and now they have salvos, paranoia, breach fault line. They have everything they want for this B exec now. And so they use it all. And so I think Imi was onto something. Also, as soon as they lose B main here, as soon as B main is lost, like we're still set up on a 3 middle. I feel like we want to be cheating over towards B now, right? I don't know. Crazy when energy is supposed to be chicken nugget salary? No, they're not. The chicken nugget meme is because chat was on such a big salary that nobody could compare. Like anyone coming in who accepted less was obviously going to be called chicken nugget salary, because energy probably weren't going to pay the same amount for Bonkar as chat. Yeah, energy pays high. Again, like this is what Imi was saying. Like, why is Bang not actually taking B main? Why is he running away? What is he scared of?
Keep an eye on that, see whether it's relevant in the round.
Aren't G2 being paid loads as well? I think G2 is being played a lot because obviously the guard had a lot of opportunities for like orgs. Like G2 were having to, they were basically buying the slot, right, in a certain way. So like the G2 players get to choose which org they go into. So in a roundabout way, G2 are kind of buying their way into partnership. So it became a bidding war. All of Americas is not paid incredible though. Like there are teams in Americas that aren't paid amazingly. But in general, I would say it's like on average double. It used to be on average double than EMEA. It's G2 SEN and then NRG. If it's G2 SEN and then NRG, then the amount of money that's being made is disgusting. It does make sense because when Valen and Trent were in London for a little bit, I was hanging out with them and like they were about to they were spending some ludicrous money, man. They were doing some shit that I could not do. Yeah. I couldn't do that, man. C9 and EG don't play that well, I don't think. Yeah, I was at the league Worlds after party with them, and they went on after to like, I'm not gonna say what they're doing, but let's just say that they spent a lot of money. Do even C9 and EG pay more than the best EMEA teams? You're talking to someone who knows more than he should, but doesn't know enough to not spread misinformation. So I don't want to keep talking about this because like you're gonna all take it really literally, and then there's gonna be a Reddit thread, and then for the next 2 years you think that like the thing that I said's true when it might not be. So I can't really comment. This is how we farm viewers. Yeah, but there's a certain line I need to make sure that I'm not passing, right? Because you know, I am now, you know, not. It's not that I'm not a natural streamer. It's that I'm not a piece of shit.
Multiple players. See what the game plan looks like.
It's not even necessarily the legal line, it's just the moral line.
Pressure into Zekken.
Trying to clear him out to the angle.
Okay.
Let's do 10, and you just lose notoriously difficult for it though.
There's a half by
Yeah, I
Red.
can't help it that I have higher standards than the streamers you watch.
Keep you forwards. Already back up onto the
Bunch of
slide.
immoral fucking noobs that you guys watch.
Isolated into the corner, salvos.
Zero values.
Now, all the more important, TP doesn't really know where Valent is playing forward. Still, he's gonna get out of there.
Right. So they just run onto A for free and Viper ult and post. Okay, great. SEN do have breach shot and tail ult to retake with the Euro ult.
Those sightlines to make the stingers work.
Dimensional drift even used on his own here, trying to spot out most of these players. 2 up through heaven, 1 just making his way over towards ramp. So Cornelin letting his team know it's all being cleared out nice and pretty now towards the back. It's Zekken's turn.
Jesus Christ.
Highlighting all sorts here, but now it is used. Armageddon on either side here, alternating. This is going to be a bit chaotic onto the side for about a moment. Kevin, can you pass your way through? Salvos denying the defuse entirely, but swinging out through the back, and Trent left into the 1v1 ultimately. Time ticking, time ticking. G2.
That's a crazy run.
Above water.
And that is what happens when you give G2 a post plan. This is why we were talking about SEN need to be fighting them in the choke point. This time,
Who's got the worst aim? Who the fuck are you guys talking about?
to push Zekken away. And once they get the site for free, it doesn't matter how good your retakes are. You're going into a pit, you're going into ultimates. And if Trent's the last one alive, you're going into salvos as well. It is
Safe. Safe has good aim.
against Trent. And now G2 swap things up. They've been going
Safe has good aim. You can't look at this year and look at his performance and say, judge his aim. Like, people don't lose their aim, you know what I mean? Like, how good was Safe's aim in the past? It was incredible. He's not just lost his aim this year. That's not how it works. Like, he's obviously not been in a great state to play as well as he can. Is someone from G2? Oh.
Back towards Zelsis. And the resources have been pulled away from him.
Using ults in eco rounds, I don't mind it if you get a kill early and it looks like you can win the round and convert. If you plan to use ults in your eco round, it needs to be like one ult that is like specifically good on eco rounds. So like jet knives or something. Oh, Jonah? Yeah, to be frank, like Jonah is not the best fragger, but his aim's not bad, and he's like a very good supportive player. And then when like the way I see like Jonah is almost a little bit like Ethan, like Ethan's role when he was like EG, and then Valen like becomes like, I know this is bad because like it looks, I think if Anders was looking at this, he'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? But like Boostio like had like the fragging IGL back then, and then like Ethan was like the support player who didn't have quite as much fragging as you'd usually expect. And so like because Valen frags enough, like I think Jonah's allowed to dip just a little bit. But Jonah's still good.
But just as I say that he's calling for reinforcements from the rest of the team. Valen is so determined to make a ramp a weakness. Yeah. But if you're not taking it quick,
Would you say Ethan has the best KO? Oh, one of the best. One of the best.
Okay. Do you really want to take that fight again? Zekken is even thinking about potentially taking up the space again. Still holding down his ground with a gate crash behind. Leaf was just trying to get set up.
You guys asked me a lot of questions again that I can't answer. You have to either wait for me to, after this map to ask those questions, or just ask on my Discord. I can't answer all these questions. I need to watch the VOD.
Behind. Leaf was just trying to get set up. And as soon as he is, Zekken strikes.
And now all of that information is going to get fed over to John Cutie. They know that they're not ending A. It was Leaf alone. No trade came through. SEN can get ready for a B pop, a B split.
What the fuck is...
almost certainly going to be happening.
They look a little bit disconnected.
Be careful. Broken. Jorg's not taking any chances. Salvos over towards the top here with the paranoid.
Oh, I like this ult.
Alongside, it's going to be an ult offloaded. Viper's pit.
That's quite a nice Viper ult.
Hiding now, blanketing the site ever so slightly here for Sentinels.
I like
Time's
that.
of the essence of G2. They need that move on. 20 seconds left, a bit of stray spam and hoping, running and gunning. And some prayers for them. Jumping down and away, round to the side. Now Raid is handed.
Yeah, it's unusual to see the late Viper ults in this map. Usually just see it used mid. But I quite like the fact that like they used it reactively on the timing. I like that idea from SEN.
Play 3 strong in there. And in a round
I mean, against Viper ults in general, it's because on split you don't usually expect late Viper ults, but like against Viper ults in general, you have to speed up the round. You just instant lose to late round ults if you late round reactive ults if you cool too slowly.
Could have drawn over the outlaw in hand, sees the cross though with the bodies and knows that the fight's going to be coming hot, fast and heavy here, but already lead's going to be raining down and bodies toppling and falling in through the choke points. No real chance in hell now for G2.
And this wasn't even a stinger buy for G2. It was so much of an eco, but they only had the sheriffs to work with, so not even fast through the choke point. Much less sting and sentinels.
Just an eco.
At least for the moment, pulled
Okay, last round.
Leaf very consistently.
I'm going to take mid-control, looks like.
Leaf changes where the orb is, so that's a nice adjustment. Makes it much more difficult for Zekken to play around while the rest of his team is in mid and B.
Creeping up now onto the angles, Elsis. Here's a test for you. Sidestepping most of it, he's got the smokes to try and play the angles, Elsis.
Wait, why?
Here's a test for you. Sidestepping most of it.
Why did they not wait for the... G2 are doing the thing too. Why are they not waiting for the orb to go down? Okay, G2.
Slow going for now for G2, but
You are on the yellow card list for not being able to go through middle orbs.
And 2 players from Sentinels have kind of been stuck defending a ramp because of this new orb placement. Now that there's a bit of
And now they orb up again, and now we're smoking and droning. Okay, I mean, the timing was fine, I guess, in the end. But it's taken us fucking 40 seconds to take middle. I mean, at least we're scaling Mel this time. It's like an actual... Okay, we're actually execing. That's fine.
They've got the breach ult, though, to relieve this pressure. Narrate's got to be good with it.
he's behind most of his team, though. He can't really use it to try and reactively help them out. Jogamo straight in. First into the breach. Round to the side. There it is. Team stun in action. And Junkie D not long for the world. Narrate. He's tucked now towards the side.
Not long for the road. SEN fucked this one up, right? Again, they don't like... They really... I don't think they... Why do they hate taking this space? I don't understand. Is it because they're really afraid of like breach stun tail salvos? But they can't... There's no raise to dash in on them or anything. So, I don't know.
Oh, not that space here, but they have given up heavy control. This does put the Sentinels players in a bit of a spot.
Well,
Squeeze.
they've got the breach ult, though, to relieve this pressure. Narrate's got to be good with it.
He's behind most of his team, though. He can't really
I mean, if I'm them with this ult,
use it.
I think I play... Does this work at all? No. Well, it's not bad. It's not great. It's not amazing. I don't know. It's okay. Who was over here? Breach Tail Viper? I mean, it's a weird combo of agents. Does this work? It's awkward. I was thinking maybe if they took B main off of contact, then he can just reactively ult either here or here. Like, if they are getting cleared at B main, he could just ult them. And then if they do come this way, he could just ult them. Instead of them, I don't understand, like, what the fuck they're doing here. Like, so he was probably trying to do that, but... Bit awkward. They don't have Omen in Garage, though. I mean, this isn't a great ult against this, though. It doesn't cut quite nicely. And then also, I don't know how I feel. Like, it's also a bit awkward because this player then has to take contact here. This player has to take the contact because he can't see anything. And then there's like he'd have to play for the ult himself and kill people here. I'd prefer them to be a bit more like grouped up.
G2 is all it takes to dismantle it.
Do you think SEN is slowly becoming champs winning material match by match? I think they had a great grand finals, a great upper bracket final. I think reading into this game match by match kind of stuff is you know, unless it's Paper Rex doing the track by track, I think it's hard to. I think it's hard to create narratives like that. With the low sample size in this game, it can just be a lot of just luck, you know? If you flip a coin 10 times, like, it can just land heads 5 times in a row, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard for stuff to not just be random sometimes, if that makes sense. Like, they might be looking like they're getting better every match, but it might just be random stuff happening, if that makes sense. If there's material reasons why they might be getting better, then sure, but I've not watched enough to really investigate that.
Can be dangerous doing this into Breach Tejo, because that stun salvos at the start of the round is always a possibility.
So we see Jonah is ready here again, I think. To see. I think technically he's not. It's like he's not allowed to bring up Valorant during co-streaming. Technically, I think. I don't think he would care though. But I'm gonna do it if I do co-stream. But I'm wondering. I think that I might co-stream Paper Rex games for the lols. But I think that I think I get a lot more viewers when I just do VOD reviews. Like when I co-stream, I get like 100 viewers, and it just feels, and I don't enjoy it as much as VOD reviewing. So I think I might just do VOD reviews mostly.
This is reactive, feeling the heat there from Leaf, and now he's going to be rejoined by the rest of his team. And you're right.
It's because Sliggy's towards your viewers. Yeah, I mean, like it's because there's 100 other co-streamers who are more popular than I am, who are all streaming at the same time. Why did Fnatic fire me? Because I'm a massive cunt. And they couldn't work with me anymore because I was a liability.
That's the kind of round that Valen was envisioning for quite a few of the ecos that he ran on the
Yeah, like toxicity, personality issues. It was let me get it up. What's that? Let me find the
retakes on this map. Played the post plan beautifully here.
Wow, they don't expect the tail to sit there.
He's commenting on it. The passive position. G2 were caught unaware here, and this is an aggro play by G2. Trying to get control towards the main, and he sort of follow up. Well, it was there, but mowed down at a moment's notice.
Leaf on a very fast timing behind them. It's unlikely that that's going to be...
I've got it here.
And John, already watching. Super aware. If we're talking about the Battle of the Minds and who's one step ahead of the other, I mean, John just read that one.
Yeah, this is what they said when they kicked me. They DM me saying, yeah, they had doubts about me as a person, you know. And I was amazing, really talented, but as a person, impossible to work with, so they gave me the kick, you know.
They'll have a good bonus round buy. 3 Stingers, 2 Phantoms. If you've got a fast round to pull out of the strat book now.
Yeah, I think I need to, if I was streaming more consistently, and I had a bit more of a, you know, an actual viewership that was here for me, and not just here because other streamers aren't streaming, then I think that I could co-stream a bit more. But I think for the moment, the co-streaming stuff doesn't make as much sense, maybe.
Sen just
Do I miss the
able to
competitive side of coaching?
bash control
I mean, of
where the
course, a
opponents
little
would've
bit.
missed. So that's nice.
I
Good
miss
quality work.
knowing that I'm better than other people.
Ready to follow up on the moment, notice here with the drone
Without
broken.
having to pretend I know,
Sees the orb,
but actually
gonna
having
break that one, yeah.
tangible,
Suddenly,
like a number on a piece of
taking
paper
over
that,
here.
that says that I'm
G2
better than
unable to
you.
set
That's pretty
themselves
good to
up.
know.
Or I should say Sentinels, not able
Like when
to
it
close
says
down.
2-0 and green on VLR, that means I'm better than you.
Quicker. Instead, familiar scenes, but the sides swapped. The Viper on the attack, the Yoru on the defense.
All up in your face, okay, just seeing absolutely nothing at all there, but a
Bro, as well, until that game, what's my win rate in APAC now? What's my win rate? My win rate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 out of 6, 80%. Is that 80%? 5 out of 6? Or am I an idiot? That's higher than 80%, isn't it? Why can't I do quick maths? 83.33. This guy, man, 83% win rate in APAC. What's my win rate in Europe? It's got to be pretty high, surely. $12. I reckon it's like 70. 70%. Globally, I reckon it's like what, like 65 or something? 60%, 65. It's gotta be about 65, surely.
Langton's most of mid here, but with a spam. It's just up from B Heaven, as Jonah P, I should say, looking for picks.
Time to conquer America. Yeah. We're doing a world tour. It's due to a retake team on defense. They're a team that understands when to play retake and when not to. So, in effect, I think the answer is yes, because most teams do not play retake nearly enough.
So that's nice. Bang's already one step ahead.
Ready to follow up on a moment's notice here with the drone broken. Sees the orb. Gotta break that one, yeah. And suddenly
The new Viper, I really do appreciate how good the Viper players have gotten around middle. Like, understanding that sitting in the vents just should get countered against Breach Tail. And then playing this line a lot more. I think it's very strong. It means that the B side of the map is also being played correctly.
Yeah, not a fast play. I was expecting something a little quicker. Instead, familiar scenes, but the sides swapped. The Viper.
EDG might call for me. That might be a bit harder because they don't speak English as well.
All up in your face, okay, just seeing absolutely nothing at all there with the smokes. Langton most of mid here, but bit of spam. It's just up from B Heaven, as Jonah P, I should say, looking for picks. Finds it, giving a mid control in the process. 40 seconds left though for Sentinels.
Jorg forced off the line here a little bit.
Time might start to be a problem. Trent has have to give up most of control towards A Heaven.
Sen have got a lot of room around the map.
Not a lot of time to work with though, off the back of it, but they might over it and Valen. Especially if that fight goes the way of John, which it does. He's already over there.
This is the one thing I don't like about this, though. The one thing I don't love is, like, the idea that... So Teo gets played here to re-drone, like, a ramp control for the Euro to get close. But I'd really love to see the Foot have a good protocol where they just drone back B main because they play the Teo B. But they have Fade A for info. With Teo here. I'm just curious to whether, if I was coaching Fnatic, if we would end up playing Teo B more than A. Like, the salvos can be used to punish. They can be used to, like, isolate Malroom. I think I prefer Teo and B generally, and then Breach A. Maybe. I do like the fact that Breach can stun this side.
Langton most of mid here, but bit of spam. It's just up from B Heaven.
Mini was a bind teleporter bug away from being a worse coach than Barber. I was assistant coach then, so.
40 seconds left though for Sentinels.
Jorg
Time might start to be a problem. Trent has had to give up.
Thoughts on Team Liquid comp on Lotus? I don't love Deadlock, but they play it pretty well.
Not a lot of time to work with though.
How do I think the meta would change? The meta will change to people playing whatever they are most comfortable with, and then G2 will shit on people using stuff that's good, and people will start copying G2. That's how the meta will go. No, I think Deadlock's kind of crap. Deadlock is a character that you get away with beating teams that don't know how to play against Deadlock. It has, I think, as SEN, it feels pretty annoying to play against. But I do think in general it's not a great agent. I don't disagree. Yeah, I mean, me and Sliggy disagree a lot because I think Sliggy's view on the game is very defensively focused with combos and micro, whereas I feel like my interpretation of the game is a lot more like map control focused with macro. I don't think that double sentinel, apart from Vice Chamber, which Vice Chamber isn't a traditional double sentinel thing, has ever looked particularly strong, apart from on a scent where there hasn't been too many great teams to dismantle it, if that makes sense. And I think G2 did a good job of, would have done a good job at dismantling those comps with their KO Teo comp.
Both teams. And SEN leaning over towards B main at the start of this round again.
I'm surprised we didn't see more Teo Deadlock, because weaker teams should play it, because they don't have the necessary macro to win games. But Teo Deadlock skill checks teams into knowing how to play against it, and if they don't, they lose. And you have the net salvo combo, which can be strong against teams that are a bit stupid.
So this is now a huge fight in mid.
They're getting active, aren't they?
8 players.
What do I think of Liquid's Lotus? I think for what they've done is very strong. I think against, like, the way I see Valorant is, like, again, like, it's I really have a top 4 teams in the world have a very different understanding of the game than, like, the top, like, you know, top well, 4th to, like, 12 for international, like global, and then domestic. Like, if we're talking domestic play, Deadlock, go for it. I don't care. But as soon as you're getting up here, you're gonna be struggling a little bit. Yeah, I mean, Sliggy says that you could play double sentinel maps after Teo nerf, but you can't if you're here. If you think you could do it up here, then good luck. It's not, you're not gonna consistently make top 4 globally, I don't think, if you're gonna try and do that. Vice Chamber, maybe. Heretics comps aren't great, but they do kind of fit Woot's agents right now. And Woot is kind of slamming people. So, like, I don't love it. And it might struggle, but yeah. Here are the top 4 teams right now. G2, SEN, Heretics. +1.
And that's a nice round again from G2, the way that they flood in instead of playing offsite for the retake. That really caught Sentinels off guard, I think.
I do think double duelist is like that too, yeah. I think that double duelist is better than double sentinel though. I think.
Probably expecting that they'd be able to get sight for free and already thinking about the post plan.
I think double sentinel on a lot of maps just forces you into a bunkered defensive position that means that the attack gets to manipulate you.
So predictable, bro.
Well, there you go. We've talked about it as a battle of the minds. It's all
We shouldn't see double duelist meta. Like I think what again, my read before Teo existed, my read was Yoru, Sova, well, Recon, Astra, Well, actually, it's Viper. Sorry. Like I was expecting a lot of Viper play before the Tail nerfs, and then Anders was hot on the Vice Chamber too. So before Tail, I was expecting these to be the best. I do think that the deadlock buffs do make it more viable, but I don't think it's more viable than playing this stuff. And then below that, I'd say double duelist on maps, I'd guess. Or like, I guess double initiator. But the problem is, it's like Breach. Breach isn't in a good spot. Sky is not in a good spot. Like, so what maps do you actually play double innie on? Sunset, I guess we're gonna see it. But I can see G2 running like the Vice Chamber on Sunset or something. Why is Vice Chamber good? Because the enemy can never know whether you are playing a trap on you or not, if you know what I mean. Like, you could put a Vice wall down somewhere and like the opponent can't know if there's someone ready to like fight behind it or if it's just there for information.
All about getting ahead of your opponent and figuring out what they're
Gecko is just Icebox right now. Gecko is I'm really surprised we never saw Gecko Teo bind. We saw Sky plus Teo. I really wanted to see this on bind. I'm really frustrated that we never saw it. I think bind was nowhere near optimal when it was out. SEN played Gecko Teo? Okay. So one team did.
What the hell is Valen doing?
Okay, TP forwards, or at least a fast flank is called for. Not sure how Valen got there into the end, but it's a plan nevertheless. Sentinels fast round.
Ahead of your opponent and figuring out what they're going to do.
G2 going to be giving you... Okay, well, pressure mounting here by Zekin. Dimensional drift, spots out of one. Essential that Jorgemon was able to get rid of that drone, but he's still going to be stunned up into the corner. He's sticking around. Finally TPing back.
What the hell is Valen doing?
Okay, TP forwards, or at least a fast flank is called for. Not sure how Valen got there into the end, but it's a plan nevertheless.
Oh,
Sentinels get themselves into a tight, tucked spot. Into the post. Where's the next level of things here?
I'm surprised that G2 didn't have... Was this their set reaction against the Euro ult idea? I did like Valen's TP into spawn. It's a bit weird that Sen aren't aware at all. I like that reaction though. Like, he knows that the Euro is going to be ulting here and they're probably going B, so there's not going to be anyone back here at the moment.
On an individual level, he omen ults into spawn so far away from that B hit. I mean, he needed the rest of his team to control the map and make sure that they didn't lose the round before his flank could come through. And they gave him that time. They played with that patience, and he delivered for them with a 3K.
Some things Gecko was pretty good on Sunset, from what I remember.
Top of the scoreboard for Valen, talking his talk, and a tactical timeout. But played on this map, and in that round 17, it kind of happened.
Yeah, almost like a one macro defense kind of idea. Teo and Yoru just always here.
Way too predictable about the previous round.
Do Sen ever pressure for the vents?
Jorgemon operator in his hand, and he's posted up. It's a game of reactions. Game of not timing, just a shoulder or an elbow, barely peeking out. That's all he needed.
Leaked something gonna play Gecko on Sunset. I've had zero discussions about Sunset with them. Usually I don't know what comps they're playing. They just tell me on the day.
Walking up for now, John's gonna have that drone. Gotta respect it. Again, Jorg does not want to be caught out into the open as a TP fast. That's Fang taking a bit of ramp control. Presence noted here by G2. They are reinforcing most of the map over towards the A side.
No, it's not optimal, but I wasn't around every day. Like, it's their choice what they want to play, you know. I give my suggestions and I tell them what I think is good or bad. I tell Alex what I think is good or bad.
into the round now, and John QT is left to pick up those pieces.
What do you think of that triple Judas on split? It wasn't as stupid as people thought,
What can you do? 20
but
seconds
it
left, and
was
this is
not great.
the back end of the timeout. Sentinels just getting anticipated.
Wow, and he's going to make the difficult
It should have just been double Judas.
a round where Jorgama instead of backmates support
Showing on
so similar to Haven. Second half running away from them. They can't find the adaptation that they need. And you can't be going down 0-2 in a BO5 where you had double map ban.
No.
It is so tough to run that reverse sweep. And the psychological stuff going on in your head as well.
I quite like the Viper ult from this side. It feels like the meta shifted from nobody cares about this anymore. So like maybe the Viper ult is just because even if they do get past, who cares, I guess. The other thing is that it's much safer against the salvos and stuff, I guess, to play up here.
How is it going wrong? We had our map pick.
Exactly. I was just talking to Valen yesterday, in fact, about it, and Valen was saying we're not too worried about going up against a double map ban advantage, because if we take that first map, exactly what you were pointing out, Josh, is playing in the back at a head.
What do you think? I've been using the same split comp for 3 years now. When you play good map theory, it's good map theory. It doesn't. Optimal map theory is better than trying to change shit for the sake of changing it. So if that's what they think is good, I think that the Jet Sky Rays is a weaker version of better comps. I think that there are. I think it's like a 1.0 comp, if that makes sense. The Jet Rays Sky. Like it's like 1.0. Like it should now just be Yoru, Rays, and then people would say the Fade version is the 2.0, I guess. I still like the Breach version though, but the Teo should have had a version. It should have been Teo, but I think teams didn't understand that solo Teo is absolutely fine. Or was absolutely fine.
Paranoia should be a connection onto a multitude of them. Just a clone, but not going to be faked out for too much longer. 25 seconds left. Sen, they call for the pause.
5v5.
For just a bit, but there's so many defenders here. Here it is, Util in their hands.
Wait.
He knows where this one's coming. Anchor Smoke's going to be laid down on top of it. Double TP into the back.
Oh, they do this too now? Oh, this was the orb. Okay, so we got the ult, so we just put the orb here. Okay. I see.
There should be a connection onto a multitude of them. Just a clone, but not going to be faked out for too much longer. 25 seconds.
Fade version for attacking A. Fade version to take map control.
But there's so many defenders here. Here it is, Util in their hands. Smoke's dropped down, and Valen lights them all up.
Pings and the other person pongs.
Exactly. That's what they meant. That's what they meant. Don't get any funny ideas.
No, Mr. John Hyatt. Teleport up for some early vent control from Sentinels here. Looking to try to take some skirmishes rather than just end in a massive execute, because G2 have always had the read. And they haven't really been doing much of a pinch onto A-ramp. This could be nice pressure onto Trent. But Second and Bang back away. And they'll have to back away.
Do you have anything to get out of here? Yeah, the gate crushes there. Second barely out of dodge. He's just waiting for the last possible moment. Dramatic effect and all, but Sen need a bit more than that now with the drone to lead. The charge! Seconds there alongside it. Taking damage into the process. What's the next level to it? Timing taken, slipping past it. Through the smoke and more than that now with the drone to lead. The charge! Seconds there alongside it. Sentinels though, time to shine for them. Rolling Thunder cleaving his way through the site. Now they've got the B site open access, but Trent has already weaved his way in through the park and snaps up. Reaction, and there's
I just keep doing the same stuff on defense. What was the key reason Sen lost to G2 in the finals? They're not as good as Sentinels. They're not as good as G2, sorry. There isn't like a key reason, I don't think. G2 have a better Haven. G2 have a better split, it looks like. I don't...
The players that are trying to deny them that control. Leaf decided to hold his ground. And that's how Zekken got the opener, and then the trade out.
I did not tell PaperX anything about peeking.
Coming together nicely.
There was one thing I did say to them about not playing. I gave them some individual notes about like when they did stuff that was really bad over peeking. I don't think I had any impact on them like peaking less or something. At least I don't think so. But I appreciate the message.
Does the dirty work at the tail end of it, even gets out of it.
That's incredible. Jorgamo sticking around as well.
Thank you.
Wondering about getting caught, suppressed, traded.
Just takes the risk, stands his ground.
Here now, because he'd be 5 in your favour.
Be main. Did it spot the players? That's the question.
But this is kind of nice. It's
The fuck is 35 seconds?
to come back to Zelsis. And the pit.
Even from Jonah.
Melons?
Now to rumble up through vents. Surely heard and spotted. Stunned, slows him down. Salvos trying to be used here. SEN are being slowed to a crawl. Got to get a move on, but you're really just being bogged
Joke's
down
playing.
by the multitudes.
Joke's playing like
G2
Woot.
have in their back pocket. There's another
That's a
one
beautiful
for you.
stun.
Forward and whip in, hop in, all
Yeah.
around. You're gonna be
And again, the score 12-9. G2 with 3 opportunities to finish, just like on Haven. It's been.
They're playing more disciplined.
second wants to increase that tempo.
Maybe just me sitting there. Maybe when they know that I'm watching, they're just like, maybe they become more disciplined. I don't know.
Back out of the fight.
But I never
It's G2, especially with that rolling thunder forwards in their back
I don't know.
pocket.
I don't think I had any impact on that. What do you think about people writing G2 off as boring?
Down for now here, but the salvo-
That's what people say when they don't understand how Valorant works.
Trying to set themselves up nicely into this one. Random spam. That's the one player that could not go down with it. The pit-
Sounds like Sentinels fans to me.
Sentinels left lacking. Left gasping for air here. G2 just dominant.
It's what people say when a team wins a lot, as well. What other map? Should I watch another map? I was told not to watch this pro game, but it feels rough after glazing G2 and then not watching SEN win one map. But I don't want to watch it, so I'm gonna watch SEN.
Tail end of that map for Sentinels.
Even FNS said they were boring. Bro, FNS is watching Paper Rex. Of course he's gonna think that G2's boring. FNS didn't win any games this year. Of course he's gonna think that the team winning everything is boring.
They had to drag it over the finish line to get here on Ascent, but
they got the better side. I mean, Ascent is so important starting on defense.
Okay, so G2 with their Waylay Teo KO, and then Teo KO. I mean, it's a mirror match, but they don't believe in the Waylay on SEN.
and here we see it once more.
He won against Furia. To be fair, let me have a look. Let's have a look. I didn't even see anything this year. Like, they beat Lev. They won 3 games. Lev, Furia. Okay, they did lose that kind of. They won both pistols though. Well, they won 4 pistols. I mean, this is kind of easy, wasn't it? Lotus. This is where I was starting to get worried. I remember watching it being like, my God. Trent. I mean, that is unbelievable. This guy's pretty good, isn't he? Vic has kind of been insane too. Look at this guy. Fucking Vic. Bro, as if Boostio's flaming. As if Boostio's flaming. This guy takes the high road and just retires, and Boostio's still sat there flaming though. I can't believe it. Look at Trent's playoff stats. I can't be bothered. I presume he's number 1.
Position of the knife was getting antied quite hard by MIBR. Aspas was taking liberties pushing into mid. It looks like Zekken wants
KO flash.
have a chance of his own.
Teo Salvos.
Flash to try and push past, but immediately dashes back, but he is hard committed! Oh my, almost doesn't matter, but still traded out in the end. That's Valin. Pushed up deep now, and just like that, first domino falls, the rest of them topple. Yeah, a couple of deep now. To the zone, hard by MIBR. Aspas was taking liberties pushing into mid, and it looks like Zekken wants. And here we see it once more. Knives going to be exchanged on either side here. Now, position of the knife was getting anti.
I want to see what G2's plan was. G2 had a very deliberate pistol here.
I mean, Ascent is so important starting on defense.
They salvoed out a main to bait a knife reaction or something.
And here we see it once here.
And then they're going to group up for a B split, maybe?
Zekken
But then the mid fight happens.
Flash to try and push past, but immediately dashes back, but he is hard committed. Oh my, almost doesn't matter, but still.
I wonder what the
traded
plan
out in
was
the
for
end. That's
G2.
Valin. Yeah, a couple of be focused. Decent, maybe coming to fruition unless John can do something about it here.
Ascent. Pick up a pillars
Around here.
even to Val.
Halfway there.
I mean, that might be a reference to Valin saying that we only need 2 on the attack side. One-sided map that we have in the pool currently. It's crazy defense-sided usually.
Blinding crash. Not ready
Some
yet.
teams running the double sentinel,
Yeah,
but defense round over.
has been setting up.
A gamble, this one. A flash into B main, just for some information.
Back in a flash.
Doesn't reveal a thing here. Could you-
That's kind of sick, isn't it? It's kind of sick. The Pavin of the drone. Why does that put a smile on my face? It's like, it's so stupidly like no one cares, but like you guys don't even fucking know. You guys don't even know, but it's beautiful. Does it even reach? Did it even reach? Did they fuck that up? Like he should be closer, right?
Doesn't reveal a thing here. Could you
If that clears wine, that is kind of unbelievably like efficient. It shouldn't get to wine, but just the fact that it does is kind of, it's kind of nasty.
Towards the back, but classic at hands, not the weapon of choice.
The Tejo drone is so powerful in that spot to really...
Waylay is very good as a jet replacement.
Trent giving tons of info to Val.
Oh, you gifted me? You gave me a gifted? Thank you very much, bro. I don't know, I didn't see, maybe? I don't know how... Oh, there we go, sorry. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you, Rezor.
Valin as to whether or not they should cancel this.
Yeah, I wasn't,
Now Sen,
sorry, I wasn't,
I would say want to die to the spike, because you do not want to charge up these ultimates. This is the
please
worst
don't
strategy
just
player
give me the
could
credit
attack
for their
starts to kind of
defense.
overpower, 'cause you're
I wasn't,
expected to get so many defense rounds.
it wasn't just me.
It's the play here for Sen. You are right. I mean, the spike might just be the most.
Hello,
And so,
Jez,
I
Gez,
think from this,
Gez,
from G2's
Gez,
perspective,
Jez.
you actually want to go and find where they're hiding to try to
From
find the
Vietnam.
spike. Like,
I've
G2
never
really
been to
trying get
Vietnam.
the ball and go for this.
Through this one at the final moment.
I hear it's lovely. Ooh. It's moments like this where I think Sen fans probably get annoyed, I guess.
Too much right now. But this is the round, I think, where we can really take a look at how G2 have adjusted their attack side. Because this, they're probably going to bring out a set strat, a set tactic, to try to set Jorgamo up for success. And they've threatened a little bit of A main control. They smoke up.
We're going to get set up. No bodies on the.
That's nasty. I like that. I like this flash. It's quite nice.
Side to receive him though.
They're using the Vice Flash so nicely for info. They just flash close mid to let them know that there's nobody here. So Jorg can walk in here without using the Tejo drone, without using smokes even.
Shadows travel. Still being saved here by G2. What a util here by G2. They're just trying to potentially pull players. Util of their own. Over the wall, Jorgamo just dropped. So potentially pull players. Util of their own. Over the wall, Jorgamo.
Oh, he fucked the...
Here by G2. They're just trying to...
I think Leaf... So Leaf used the flash here to clear here. And now I think he's trying to use the flash here to clear this box. But he fucks it, I think. Look.
Potentially full players.
Yeah, he puts it. He actually puts it on the other wall.
Over the wall, Jorgamo dropped. Celsius has his eye on that one.
That's the most common position for the Vice Wall, so a bit strange that G2 got caught out heavily by it there.
A lot of pressure though still being applied, and that means 3 players.
We're from NZ. Where's NZ?
And Zekken, see if they can stand tall against most of this one. Only the one for Zekken before he does go down, and a pause is called for G2. Don't have a lot of time to.
Oh, New Zealand. Bro, everyone I've met from New Zealand has been so lovely. Like, they're the nicest people, I swear. I've heard New Zealand is very nice too. The only thing about New Zealand is it's literally on the other side of the planet, so it is a little bit hard for me to get to New Zealand. I also... I like banh mi a lot. Banh mi is Vietnamese, right? Banh mi. I wish that I could be bothered to make banh mi sandwiches. The ones that I eat probably aren't very traditional though, because I'm a vegetarian, so I eat them with tofu. But they do taste good.
Thanks in the middle of nowhere though. Again, the goal is just to slowly work the map here for G2. Throw and push back, make sure that Zekken can't get that mid-round information. Nothing's stopping him from re-clearing it though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Are the re-clears going to come through? And here it is, pop flash into A main, and bang, gets some more information.
When Sideshow says stuff like this, I always worry that, like, because I'm obviously, when I, like, if I do cast, I'm, like, looking at the minimap at all times, and I can see this happening. I just worry that the casual viewer has no idea what Josh is saying right now. Like, I'm going to say this stuff too, but I just worry. I'm like, well, I don't think noobs actually look here ever. Like, how's the relationship between what they see and what we say? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to figure that one out, I think. Maybe I just write this round down and ask Lauren what she thinks, maybe. That seems like a good idea. The sauces used in banh mi are so good. I'm not vegan, I'm vegetarian, so I still eat, I still drink milk and eat eggs, but I don't eat meat.
Slow crawl towards it. Sentinels.
What type of coach is Alex? Alex is a very, like, the way that the Paper X is structured is a bit different. So, like, in Fnatic, it was like mini, poster, kind of like over here, almost like over here as my assistant coach, and then players, you know, where it's like goes down through us. And then for Paper X, it feels a little bit more like the players and Alex are kind of like on the same level a bit more. Like, obviously Alex is slightly above them, but not much. Like, it feels like it's a bit like a flatter structure, you know. Like, players get a lot more say, whereas like I will ask what they think, but I don't care. You know. So yeah, so slightly different. So his approach is a bit more like collaborative, whereas my approach is a bit more, it's collaborative but at the top. So like the coaches, the leadership is collaborative, and then I do make sure that the players are okay with our ideas, but the players aren't expected to come up with the stuff that we are doing. And I do think that there are advantages and disadvantages to both. I do generally think that, you know, there's a reason I do my style. But it suits me as a coach. I don't think that style would necessarily suit Alex as a coach. But I do think that they need a little bit more of that stuff, just a little bit more, I think, so that the strategy could be a little bit better at times, in my opinion. So what did they do start around? B main default, grab the orb, and then just go back A main. So G2 are doing a very heavy extremities style, probably. So where they just goes in and comes back out, so they know where people are, and it is essentially just a re-hit immediately after. Okay. The question I have here is, would Jet dashing in right here and then waiting for half a second be better or worse? I really like the Waylay and what they do with the Waylay. But would that be better? You double smoke, you run to the next one, they come through. Does this... I guess they wouldn't have been able to trade off the Jet anyway, because the delay would have been probably slightly too long. Okay. Where was I on the tree? I was like over here, just like trying to talk to Alex as much as I could. And I gave some feedback to the players. I wasn't really, you know, they're definitely in their own box, and I'm just kind of, you know, saying things to them, you know. I'm not trying to, like, you know, I have not worked with them long enough to, there's no point in me going in and trying to, like, do too much, you know. Thank you, Granditch. Thank you very much. Hello, Caroline. Caroline.
Isolated just to one. Valen low enough that it should just be easy business. Yes, indeed.
I was scrim watching initially, but then I was asked if I could just like watch scrims that they thought were important, which I think was a good use of time. Because when I watch scrims, I give quite a lot of notes, and it can be a bit intense. Just sent Alex Valor Plants explanations. If I had a solution to a problem they had, I would try and Valor Plant it up quickly and just show what kind of ideas they could have. So like, for instance, they had some issues with some post plants, and I would be like, okay, could you try one of these 3 out that you could test? And I was having to think differently because they obviously play double duelist a lot, and so there are certain restraints that they have in, say, instances like post plants. But I know theoretically that like a double duelist comp should just be pushing more on their post plants, rather than playing offsite posts and stuff like that. So I do know the double duelist theory. It's just, it's not my, you know, it's not usually what we do. So yeah, just A main, B main stuff from G2. 5 knifed right now. It's just confused. How's where they dashing in and going back instantly good? I guess the counter argument is, how is Jet dashing in and instantly dying good? Do you like something Jet instead of Euro and Pro? I would vastly prefer they played Euro, so that we could add more strategic elements to the defense specifically. Well, and attack. There are significant disadvantages in playing Jet over the Euro. But if they want to play Jet, who, like, I can't tell them no. Like, if Alex thinks that they're going to be more comfortable, why dash at all then? Good question. You're starting to ask the real questions.
But thankfully it didn't matter at all for them. But maybe that's the reason why Sen were
The reason that the Waylay wants to dash is to disrupt the aim, like disrupt, and then hopefully you don't have to recall.
Knife over the top. This is weighted out by Narrate, so it's not spotted. Still has
How was my plat chat experience?
if needed.
It was fine. It was alright.
A pretty big ult play for G2. The convergent paths can be deadly.
I don't think that I don't think I'm the best at plat chat yet. I'm generally, I don't think they really know me well enough yet either. Like I say things tongue in cheek, and I think they think I'm being serious, because I think that they don't know me well enough yet. And I'm also not as comfortable on it as I would be on stream necessarily. So I just have to do some more. Do I was good? Okay. The other thing is there are a lot more. They are doing more analysis now, where they actually like bring up rounds, and I didn't know that, and so I was trying to refer to rounds off of memory, and then like it probably was like difficult to maybe keep up with what I was saying. Chatters thought you were holding back on saying something mean. That's the weird thing. Like people keep saying that like I'm holding back on saying mean things, but I really think that I am being quite mean sometimes. Like, wasn't I quite blunt about things? Like, maybe we'll do a review after. Like, I openly said that some of the greatest players in our region were not great, and some of the teams in our region were not good. But okay, they just want me to be an asshole. But I'm not an asshole. The Twitter comment you made on Plat was brilliant. What was that? What did I say about that? Being mean and blunt isn't new on Plat chat. I didn't say anything about that. That Bren said something about that. I think it was the Navi KC game. They thought you wanted to say something. It's because I hate both of those teams. I really don't enjoy watching either of those teams, and it's really hard to articulate. Like, and then on Plat chat, you gotta remember there's 10,000 people or something watching, and so I don't want to purposely hurt anyone's feelings.
The saturate is difficult to get through. Sen probably need another hero round here.
If you know what I mean.
From Zeka with the Blade Storm or Bagley defense was before. Yeah. The Waylay pretty
like, how do I explain that? Like, Kaiman Core, like yeah, like, I mean, I was pretty blunt about the fact that they have all the tools there. They have everything they need to win, and somehow they don't win. Like,
Sen probably need another hero round here
because they keep playing these comps that make more sense for a team like last year and not this year. And I thought Josh made a good point about how, like, I was saying about it was Sadak and Aang, but he was like, he doesn't see Sadak's identity in the team, which I think is an interesting, probably the most interesting counter to what I was trying to say, or like addition. But I don't think Plat chat is necessarily for those discussions. I think what me and Josh were doing was actually doing a good analyst desk, maybe. And Plat chat's actually more about just me saying that I think someone's a noob. Maybe? I don't know.
With that little flash re-clear over towards Tree and put them in a really uncomfortable position. G2's game plan in this round was to try to condition Zelsis that anytime his wall is
I don't know.
in mid, it's a fake. And this time actually Leaf just walks straight through it. It's got capacity from Yak folks, as well as the salvos to have to deal with, but
Sen's a little bit different. Bit easier to follow.
It's like writing VLR forums.
Before they even come in.
yeah, honestly, a lot of the time you're not even in a good spot when you plan on this.
He
map.
thinks that they run plan rounds and Sadek doesn't mid-round. I think they run plan protocols. I was really intrigued by the way that Josh interpreted certain IGL's things. And I don't think I had closely watched enough of BBL specifically to get into the discussion. Or even Team Liquid, like, deeply.
So look, Zekken is
But I do find it interesting that I come from the perspective that the coach has a lot of impact on the cooling. And it seems like he seems to have the idea, which might be true, that the IGL is more responsible individually to make those calls. Whereas I don't think... I would be surprised if that's the case.
with all of that. Fights you
Hey, pal.
and Zel's is playing on the other side of the map.
Are you confident PRX will be good at Toronto? No, I'm not confident that they're going to be good or bad. I don't know. If they continue to play like how they play, they should be okay. I think that they're going to need to level up a little bit if they want to make a deep run.
Oh, that Sentinels dragged them out. This is just unbelievably good from Giacomo to be able to pick up that second.
Vanya says episode quite amusing. The thing was with BBL, when I was talking about BBL, I didn't feel as confident about any of my points about BBL than I did other teams, because I just hadn't watched as many VODs. So I probably might have yapped wrongly. I do think that I would say Team Liquid are the favourites in their game, but I was a lot closer to the truth. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I think this comes back to what I was just saying a second ago, where like the kind of the perspective that me and Josh have is obviously just comes from different places. And I think that Josh has a perspective on IGLs that are it's almost like coming from like the FNS era, where the IGL was this kind of, or even the Angel FNS kind of era, where these IGLs are like creatively mid-rounding just off of fucking feelings, and it's almost like a round comes to them and they just fucking like cool. And it's like, I don't think that is what almost any of the best IGLs do right now. Like, there's very few instances where I think Boaster has just had a magical moment where he like actually makes it his own. But when he does, it is magical, but that's not really how Valorant's played anymore. And I'd be very surprised if Yampi or Nats were doing that, because that takes ludicrous amounts of time and experience. Yeah, as well with rookies too, like rookies and new IGL. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not a negative. If anything, it's like I look at your team and I look at Team Liquid and I'm like, what are you guys doing that these fucking other teams that have spent more money and more resources and like don't know how to win games? And it's simple. It's just making sure that those simple things are done correctly. Like, can't play like fucking Boaster and Fnatic yet. So let's, you know, we'll get there in 6 months or a year's time, but like not yet, kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, a much slower approach, less execute heavy, but really working well.
What do you think what's happened in the BBL 50 round ascent? Genuinely, I didn't watch past the first 24 rounds. I did not want to watch more because I was like, it's just going to be a mess. Like after, once it gets to OT and you know it's 50 rounds, you know it's a mess. So I didn't put myself through that one. Nats does have an amazing sense of timings. I don't know if that contributes towards his IGLing. I'm sure it has some impact. You need to be able to like you gotta remember, like all they can see on the map, right, was that, right? They don't know anything what's going on here. Whereas like players like Nats are probably gonna have a sense of what's going on around here. They probably I would imagine their brain almost like has like almost like heat spots where like like this feels quite big. This feels a little bit smaller. Maybe over here, maybe like they almost like have like a heat map in their head, like a little bit.
So he's calling the bluff of G2.
Trying up through mid again. Make sure you clear all the angles. Second, it's been playing up close sometimes.
But the more I understand the way people like Josh think, means that I can hopefully become better on broadcast, if that makes sense, or even streaming or plat shot, because it means I know where the difference between what actually is happening versus what people think is happening is at, you know what I mean? Because Josh is a very smart person, but he doesn't have the experience working in that team environment, right? And so if I'm able to bridge that gap on any level, I feel like that would be very valuable to bring to Valorant as like, you know, it's Valorant storytelling, I guess.
Now you suppression across the board. How do you battle your way out this one for SEN? There's a time to be taken through the smoke.
The community's understanding of what IGLing is, or the way teams are structured, I think is very poor. But then I do think a lot of teams don't structure very well. But I think that the teams that do structure well do end up at global tournaments a lot. So, you know.
Increase the tempo with that no command up forwards as well. Jump spot gets the acknowledgement. These players out of Bang is just holding his ground. Util into his hands. Snappy.
Isn't mid-running not only an IGL ability, but also team efforts? The IGL doesn't have eyes on everything. Yes, but it depends. Like, I would say historically in Fnatic, we never had enough people confident to give mid-rank calls, but they could give mid-round information. Very early on in the game's life cycle, the amount of information Boaster would get to work with was so minimal that I felt very sorry for him as an IGL. I don't think I had to coach the players into understanding what information was important to tell to Boaster, and sometimes more importantly, what information was not important to tell Boaster. Because if you're telling him everything, then you're telling him nothing, basically. And then the next stage was, you know, when we started working with players who were more comfortable working with giving mid-round information, could they start making calls themselves at times? And that never went too far, apart from with, you know, someone like Leo, who could actually give those calls.
I don't think he actually realized that he was about to die from logs. Gets a little lucky. But now that they've triggered out that wall, they know that there's nothing.
Your value comes purely from the fact that people are interested to hear what you say because of who you are. that's like the meanest way to put what you've just said in text, and I don't think you meant it that way, but that does come across as very mean. Yeah, you're only valuable because you won trophies. There's no other reason why anyone wants to listen to you.
But is this going to end up being a pop onto A with the convergent paths?
Is that part of the reason you think a team like Liquid is doing well with less budget is due to strong structure while other teams are struggling with even larger budget? Yeah. Like Liquid have identified, you know, well, Liquid probably just have a good coaching staff, and then they've structured the strategy in a way that makes sense. You know what I mean? For the experience they have on the team. Quite a lot of it is usually like just having some structured Valorant happening and having a few protocols. And like the irony is that style of Valorant, it seems to be like people seem to think that it's like only rookie teams that should do it. And the irony is that like every time a rookie team seems to do it, like Heretics, BBR, and Team Liquid, like Heretics last year did the same, they all seem to farm. I just think it's the better way to play Valorant, to have that structure. And you need to make it more advanced the more you get better and the better players you have. But like it's so consistently obvious that like having that structure is why it works. And I'll be honest, I think it's a reason why Energy's not being so great recently, is because they have an IGL that like historically didn't play with that kind of structure. It was a bit looser.
A nice round from SEN. Because there were two players under immense pressure there. Narrate got ulted by the...
I say all this whilst
and he managed to
consulting for
put the ball
Paper X, of
forward and
course,
avoid
which kind of like, you know, like, between the lines, I'm kind of saying that, like, you know,
He's
I don't think that their style is optimal, but it does work for them. They have their identity. I think there are things they're going to need to do structure-wise to make sure that they don't let other teams just get ahead of them, if that makes sense. Like, their anti-ecos probably need to be a little bit more structured. They probably need to start playing real anti-ecos and not random anti-ecos. Yeah, exactly. There's too much variation in this game for structures not have an inherent value. Yeah, like there's too much... Yeah, that's the way I'd put it too. It's like players trying to make decisions in the moment. There's too many decisions in this game that can be made. So why not simplify and just give them some of the best decisions? So the best answers to decisions. Like on an anti-eco, maybe we should have, you know, a setup that works and not randomness. Six or seven teams in every league don't have an identity. Maybe I'll do that after this. Like, look at... That's an interesting thing to think about. Because even if you don't think they have an identity, they might do. Or I might think they do. I think sometimes it's just a bad identity.
Second forwards again. Was doing this earlier in the half. Might be waiting for a bit of util as well for the setup, but
What's Leaf doing right now? What was Leaf lining up there? He wasn't lining up anything. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Oh, good trade though. Through the smoke from Narrate. Just working off...
Oh, Billy's in a meeting. What's she doing? She'd be working. She's on my stream. On my stream, chatting. I'm gonna invoice Billy if she keeps chatting. Yeah, I'll be locking in. The only thing is that I think I don't like if I genuinely did an anti-strat on Fnatic in the way that I should do it. I think that the Paper X boys would not respond well. I think that it would hurt their brains a little bit. He put the flash in market. Oh, did he? Did he? No, I didn't. There's difference between identity and quality of structure. Yeah, I guess. I guess it's like identity and then whether it's been implemented quality-wise. I don't know.
Brilliant from Sentinels. They're using the wall. So many of that. They're still playing
again from Zekken. Deep position, same smoke down.
I'm not going to beat around the bush. I do think Toronto will be hard for Paper X, but I think that
they're aware of the danger.
Over the top of an old clan. Okay, you're going to be taking contact first here with a draw.
just depends how fast that train starts running. If we can get it, if we can get it up again. If we can get that train chugging.
For a bit of a loop here. G2 calling for a bit of a cooldown and now speeding up over towards A with the Armageddon. Safety then granted here for Sentinels.
But these B players can't really rotate over.
What the fuck is this FISO?
Stretching over towards the side here, but is this all just fake pressure once more to saturate?
Oh, I like that. Like I was saying before in Plat Chat yesterday, this area of the map is so vastly underexplored that I feel like it has to be some coach's impact to talk about this part of the map. Because players wouldn't naturally do stuff on this part of the map unless I think coaches said sometimes. So this is clearly like a set idea that they've thought about. They insert and then can use this space. It's kind of sick. What the fuck is that? Someone's trying to spam me with erectile dysfunction messages.
In the sun, it's already that 2v2 in this game of timings right from behind is taken. Bullet to the back there, execution style from Leaf, and it brings it just down to
How would I rate Fnatic coaching staff? I think they're very good. I think that Milan's always had a decent. I presume he's had a decent vision for the game. Like, I don't know his stuff too well. I know that Scott hangs around with the right people. So, like, I presume they're pretty good. I think Boaster... I have a theory about Boaster that I'm going to ask him privately, because it's kind of... it's not something I want to say publicly. But I have a theory as to why he might be... I think I've got a theory about why he's... He feels like 2024 had to happen for Boaster to have this 2025. You know what I mean? He had to go through that time where, you know, things with Alma probably weren't as good as they are right now with Milan. But I don't know if that was Alma's fault necessarily. But I think he had to go through something like that, where he's like not winning as much. Leak? It's more about, like, the thing I'm talking about is yeah, I'll tell if I talk to him about it, I'll ask if he's okay with me saying what I'm thinking. It's nothing to do with anyone else. It's literally just about Boaster.
Now, Emmy, I gotta ask you. Week 5 was a game against G2, the Icebox match. We're going to Icebox here if Sentinels win.
You hate when people say, "Oh yeah, I think something, but can't tell you." Just don't bring it up.
I mean, I think I said it. We were scared of them.
I'm making a point though that I think that the reason he had a bit of a turnaround was something not related. Like, I think the coaching staff's been great, but I think there's been something more important than that that's happened. But I can't say what it is because it's private.
Teams just usually go in very scared. I don't think SEN have done that today. I think SEN have handled it really well. But most of the teams just go in, they're scared against G2, they give them the respect, they don't fight them. That's why
I am single. What do I think of Pipson and new GX? I think Pipson has a very kind of rigid way with how he wants to play, and that can be good and bad in a sense. I'm hoping that with the new players he can finally implement what he wants from his team, but I think that he's in a rough spot at the end of this year if this lineup change doesn't work, because he's had a long time now in VCT to kind of have creative control over what he wants. He comes across a little bit like maybe he's a bit too... Like, he comes across sometimes like a scary head coach at times. Like, almost like he should be a strategic coach sometimes to me. Like, he's a very intense person, you know? Like, I caught him... when there was a tech pause one day, I was walking out of the room, going to the toilet, and he was showing his girlfriend or wife around the studio. And I caught him on the stairs, and we started talking. And he's such an intense person that, like, we ended up talking for probably, like, almost 45 minutes with his poor girlfriend or wife just stood there, just, like, like, having to listen to us two noobs talk. And I remember, like, she was like, "Oh, can we go watch the game now?" And I had to apologize to her that we were, like, you know, doing that thing. But that's what Pips is like, you know. He's quite intense, and you're always going to end up talking about Valorant. Which I think for some of the players is probably a bit scary. Hey, Anima. Anything changed the way you view PRX's team or their gameplay before and after you work with them? They're better at... I think I had this sense for it anyway, but their defensive push-outs are better and quicker than Fnatic did them. Like, they intuitively know when they need to take timings and make those decisions quicker than Fnatic. The problem is that they don't always choose the right places to do them, and sometimes do them too much. But it is surprising how quick they react to stuff in a good way. But we need to figure out how can we make them do that in timings that make sense and in positions that make sense. And try to add a little bit of comfort around the idea that you don't always need to be pushing out on defense. Like sometimes you can just
That makes it really tough
relax,
to put 4 players through a main.
but they're not very comfortable at relaxing.
Came through, so
Yeah, they know exactly where he is.
yeah, they caught him. And here it is, re-cleared core 4, flash over towards the top of that.
I consulted with them a little bit. Yeah, I consulted with them a little bit.
Get one in that spot.
But again, take a look at Leaf, all the way behind here in spawn.
Clear forwards. Job's not finished yet, still 2 rounds down. The Sentinels.
Love a pistol here. It would mean everything to him.
What is this from Jogamo here?
Despite being
What is this? He's got refract, dash, and slow. He's playing on B site. Like I see him play here quite a lot, and then he fights and then gets out, and then he can refract in again to go flood. But what is this positioning? I want to see later on if he keeps playing here. What the fuck's he doing here?
mean everything to him.
Put him on the right foot forwards here, knife against the back. It's gonna force that nade out nice and early. Before.
Dash used.
Okay.
Dash used in the first 20 seconds.
No, there wasn't one thing.
So that makes
Probably
it
can dash
really
out to
tough
CT. I'm not
put
sure about that.
main.
Might have spotted on the minimap, I'm not too sure. At least the suppression came through, so
Yeah, they know exactly where
I mean, G2 are... I mean, it's defensive SEN. They're fine. This is why something on Plat Chat yesterday that I think that me and Josh, it seemed like we were like having like a slight awkward disagreement about Team Liquid, I think. Because like, I think Josh seemed to think that this game was a lot closer than what it was. But the way I saw it was, this was a 6-6. Where it's like, I was sat next to Team Liquid's manager's girlfriend. And I was having to like, I was doing a job, but like, I was like, she wanted me to kind of explain some things. And so I was saying like, oh, it's 6-6. Like you're in a really good spot now to win the next half because it's double Senti versus double Senti. Like I give you like a probably 70-75% chance to win the game now. And so to me, this 6-6 was not close. Like I was like, it's, you know, as soon as this happened, I was like, yeah, Team Liquid have won. So I do think that they were probably thinking a little bit. Maybe 6-6 felt close, but you know, attack double Senti versus defense double Senti. 6 rounds on attack is, you know, incredible. You know. So that's what I'm feeling here. Like they were on attack side of SEN. It's not quite as egregious because they're not both playing double Senti, but
This is a mad timing. He's got the read so well.
they're watching for top mid pressure, thinking that somebody could have looked all the way up. Did they spot that one?
I
Not
think
too
Bang.
sure.
Yes, Bang saw
Yeah,
it.
it's pinged. Bang. Notifying the rest of his team. It's doubled up and held here.
B is on defense. They're gonna A.
One
It's
step
all on
ahead.
Valen.
All on Valen indeed, and he's just caught that timing against it. Second was hard, clearing onto the one side of things. It's caught out now. Reinforcements are going to be arriving. Desperate at that for G2, but time is...
does Valen get smoke and just re-smoke front gen? No, they double swing heaven. Okay, beautiful.
Trent and Valen putting a stop to all of this here with only seconds remaining. There's no more chances now. It's run dry and shy, and all they have to do...
Slow. So once more, Valen, with the slightest of better reads, ends up winning a massively crucial...
Think it would disgrace you would say double Senti's better on attack? Okay.
Creeping all the way up here from Sen.
I think I know what he means by that, but I think he's very wrong. I think he's very wrong.
The game here for Sentinels, at least hoping that they can pull some G2 players out, potentially get a pick off of it. Jorgamo, seen it, that's a no-scope.
I love when G2 do this though. You see like this, like got flash ready, hit like refract ready to go through smoke, flash go through smoke with refract, bang. Like it's just beautiful. Jet could never. I mean, Jet could kind of do that, I guess, but it's not really the same.
Accurate as ever, classic in hand, but peppering them now with a bit of lead. The backside player of Leaf as well is going to be able to anchor this one nicely. Still mistimed. It was Utah by Jonah P. The flash to try and help him out entirely. Spotting this one out, but running away with it. And yeah, here it is. Finally, flooding all the way back in for us. So G2 now even it up.
Yeah, I will give Kirk clips next time. I said to him that I'll do it next time if I go. You cannot damage what Waylay while she refracts now.
5 rounds total on their attack half. For how defense-sided this map is,
If you throw down a smoke, like look how quick. Okay, you think that a Jet can be this quick to smoke down? he was like invulnerable as soon as he shot, you know. 0.25 seconds or something. Like if he's jet smoke down, you get spammed. You could dash, I guess, back out in some of those spots, but even that's a little bit you know, you can still get spammed whilst you're dashing away. Jet dash is faster than refract, yes, but on a line like this, you're refracting, like, you would have to dash backwards, and if they just see you, they can just shoot you in a line. You know what I mean? So you go here, you dash backwards, you go to here, they just shoot you because you're dashing backwards, and they can just shoot you whilst you're dashing. You're not invulnerable. And then on some instances, let's say you press refract here and you start pushing up here, you can refract back around, right? Whereas like Jet would have to only be able to dash to here. As soon as she gets back here, you can't dash back around this corner to be safe, you know? So there's also instances where it just isn't as good to be Jet.
Ready to receive here on G2 side of things, going for that refight as well.
I do think G2 will be the favorites for Toronto. I think that I do think that Heretics and G2 both. I do think it's very close right now. And of course, like always, whenever analysts like me say these things, we're wrong, because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, just because a team might look the best right now doesn't necessarily mean they're going to play the best. And there's so many variable factors that go into it, right? I don't think some Valorant viewers also realize that, like, there's always, like, it's the better team doesn't always win. It's like a percentage chance, right? Like, every game you go into, you expect to win, like, you know, when I was Fnatic, like, to say, like, 65% of the chance we're gonna win. Like, you can just not win. It's not even necessarily pressure. There's a lot of luck involved. Like, you're just hoping that you're playing at your best and the luck is going in your favor. BLG versus NRG? Kinda. But I mean, like, every single game. It's very easy to isolate out a big game like BLG NRG and say luck. But, like, I'm talking about every single game, there's lucky stuff that's happening and unlucky stuff that's happening. Every single match. It's just that the great teams are the ones that are able to, like, not care when the stuff isn't going unlucky, and they're able to still win. Whereas I think, like, Vitality, I was watching them recently, they got unlucky in some moments, and they couldn't let it... They weren't able to, like... They weren't able to win when the luck wasn't on their side, and then they would also lose when the luck was, like, on their side a little bit too. Like...
Zekken does a great job in this round. He does. He perfectly plays the mid pressure. He knows that a read for one. They're playing crossfires in mid instead.
And forces a couple of eyes at the G2 players at least to be watching that direction. The drone dodged in time, and Leaf is going to be making sure to shoot
Oh
that
my
one
god,
out.
my nose, man.
To be it, narrate. He's looking to at least
I have, like, something really wrong with my nose. It's alright. I think I need to get, like, a check on my nose, because I think I got, like, a deviated septum or something. I always get blocked noses.
So confident. He's the vice player. If he goes down in that spot, it's massive for SEN. But he's just... He believes in his own aim. And his own
Is a breach change a nerf or a buff? It's a nerf, right?
Crossfires in mid instead.
Forces a couple of eyes at the G2 players at least to be watching that direction. The drone dodged in timing. Leaf is going to be making sure to shore that one up. Back through market. Returns to the salvage as well. It's a dangerous...
Oh shit, I'm thinking that G2 are fucking...
Zelsis is not... sorry, Leaf is not using the wall for mid information. They're playing crossfires in mid instead.
And forces a couple of eyes at the...
This is something Fnatic were doing. I don't know who did it first though.
Players at least to be watching that.
This mid flash idea.
Dodged and timing. Leaf is going to be making sure to shore that one up. Back through market. Reclaims for the salvage as well. It's a dangerous position to be in. The rate he's looking to
nice.
make it a bit harder. Just the one before the damage is sent flying forwards and through. Leaf. Snappy. Just taps away, rips the head clean off, and even giving up that space. They heard the spike drop down, but they're willing to
Rips the
relocate
head
anyway.
clean off.
Leaf is so aggressive, so confident. He's the vice player, believes in his own players defending it the entire time.
Like, I like their proactivity, but it's weird to be so proactive when the vice setup still exists.
And the net is starting to tighten. But Valin, Jonah, they still have a lot of util.
Would he be good if he's playing duelist?
Goes down.
Yeah, he does.
I don't necessarily think he needs to be like, you know. I think that's something in the future they need to think about a little bit, is how that all works. I don't necessarily think that he needs to be like calling like Boaster from the duelist position. I just think that he should have some more responsibilities, you know, particularly on rounds like anti-ecos and stuff.
Door's gonna be broken at the moment's notice. Down to red. Alarm bells ringing.
Or even like preparation, maybe like
Pushed out into the open.
he could know more of the prep than other players or something.
Good connection, Trent, though. Still doesn't
That's
know
my
what
thoughts on
Salvo
Patman. He's very good.
lets his team do the damage, still second. One to the grave with him, but Leaf
He seems quite intuitive with his utility, and he has very good aim. To push out some B, I mean, these
Yeah, he does indeed. G2 are getting so damn active as well, though. That
4v2, so I guess it's
like that.
pretty easy to do that stuff. But
Player. So how time for lately, they've been allowing some really heavy walkouts. G2 have been
yeah, I want to see what the fuck is,
similar to when we started on
what
Halo,
is his idea here?
all the way to map one.
Here.
G2 were just
Is it to dash out and then we refat back in on a retake?
through mid, through garage.
Bro, go B, Sen. Let me see what the fuck Jorgen's gonna do.
Work what they got now, and it could get a just about dodging up support as well, though, from the 2-3 players, and here it comes.
Should Riot change map every time? No.
Just about dodging, avoided here, but seconds in, and the knives are taken away. Great blood attempt here from G2.
Freeze time calls. It's a. I don't want to talk too much because I don't want to. I don't want them to be annoyed that I'm like saying loads of things. But
Once again,
it's not.
G2
It's pretty flexible.
plays the SEN we're trying to make, and Zelsis
Do you think SEN comps will change much? It will go back to a lot of default comps.
Love that 0 point from Jonah P.
It's gonna be very boring ascent.
Usually
Some teams go in double scent here.
kind of early on in the round. 20 seconds, 2 plays in
Wait, I can literally. I think I can literally get the stats on it right now. I mean,
it's his 0 point, the knife that just takes away Zekken's Bladestorm, and with it, any opportunity for a clutch for Sentinels, if we're being honest. Zekken had to be the playmaker, and he just got put in an impossible spot. He's got a classic in his hand by the time the exec happens.
I'm not gonna lie as well at this point, this is a very difficult ask for Sentinels. They're only down by 1 round, but the ultimates are being built up here on the G2 side. One away for some
is there a way on run it back to see?
Getting theirs online. Jonah P has that multi-man waiting.
And an anti-KO setup here for G2. So if you do...
The defense win rate of certain comps.
Leaf's going to keep all of his util online. And not moving the wall line, keeping the
Percent.
wall in mid. So you still have...
Yeah, we can. Right. So I mean, I think the arguments that he will make is that teams play a scent attack wrong with the double scent A, which is fair. But which scent A are we talking about? Cypher, right? Deadlock Cypher? I mean, it's winning 61% of defense, 56 here, and then it goes down. So, like, there's a huge difference in defense versus attack. Oh, Deadlock Vice he prefers? Wait, one sec. Oh shit, I should up it to 100 or something. And they all go up. Deadlock Vice? He thinks Vice is better on? I think, okay. I think it's more defense with Vice, isn't it? Yeah, look, 46% on attack. 57 on defense. Aren't most comps better on defense, Ascent? True.
unless it gets baited. They're pinging it. Seconds running forwards to try to bait it.
Vice should still replace Killjoy or Cypher, I think, yeah. I think so.
I think I'm in our way.
I don't think the Thorns...
G2 here, but this is G2 players right here. Jorgamo under the threat here. Heat's going to be turned up out of the pan and into the fire. It's Sentinels. 2 quick ones earned as well.
Oh no, it's Leaf. Okay. I think so. I think Vice is still better.
But now that big null command removed from the attack side should make things slightly easier here for the defenders.
Saturate slows it down. They know where the drone's coming from. Barely out of there.
I thought Deadlock would be better in Teo meta. Because Deadlock net plus Teo salvos. So I did expect more teams to play it. Like if I was coaching like one of the weakest team in the league, I would probably play Teo Deadlock.
Zekken has been able to backstab multiple times here, but Leaf is watching for it.
Oh, the Tejo ult.
Hold on, Armageddon's going to force these players forwards as well.
Oh god.
You are stunned up, and my goodness, what a way to deal with it.
Oh, that's immaculate from Trent.
It's a 2v3, turned on his head immediately. Celsius, you have the ult to work with again, but look at this, the positioning of Leaf. He's already here, I think you can hear it. Rumble of some of these footsteps, convergent pass, just to slow them all the way down.
Launching thorns.
There is that uncertainty.
This is so weird. Like it's almost like Zeus has wasted the best ult in the game.
The squeeze, just smart. Too smart for these games as well. Doesn't really open himself up for it. Spamming, spraying away, but time is already going to be played. As long as Trent stays alive, it's going to be
like
reaction.
They're going to try to keep the economy going for as long as they possibly can. It's a game of endurance playing the attack side of Ascent. You're just trying to
maps to hold it, counteract it.
Blinding crack.
Lightning. Looking to counteract it.
Blinding crack.
Always slow at the beginning between these two teams.
Knife clears over towards Catwalk. Thrown into A main. And they push Jorgamo out of middle. So Sentinels using their utility to try to create safe avenues for them to split into sites. G2 look for a little bit of info. Don't see too much. I would expect ults to be expended.
G2 are playing very passive on A. I wonder if it's because they got KO ult to retake. Vice and KO ult retake A. But then why are they playing so heavy towards it? It's really weird. I guess they're playing ready for retake with these ults. Oh, sorry, with these 2 ults.
Full sprint up through mid by Zekken, just hoping that the wall was there to potentially bait out, but now knows that it's not. Immediately set their sights over towards A.
And A is weak.
Why are they so...
With the flash. G2 are playing passively enough though that this is a chance for them. Jump spot, Jonah P. What a hole!
Excuse me.
Well, that refight is called for with a paranoia, but up through mid now. Door in your face. Great. You have the salvos to instantly break this one. You can pop
Excuse me.
these players, but still
Hay fever.
is again gonna be lying in wait here from Lee. He's gonna be
Oh, that's kind of sick. What? That's kind of sick. Jet can't do that. I mean, he should be dashing that back out, but... Jet could do that if Jorgamo doesn't refract out.
Between a rock and a hard place, there's no chance to get this spike down safely, cleanly, whatsoever. 11 rounds now for G2.
That's kind of sick, though. I love the way they use the Waylay sometimes. No other team uses Waylay like this. Team Liquid use Waylay like this a little bit on Lotus. But G2 are far better at than most teams. No other team really realizes that the Waylay can be played like this, I don't think. People are so obsessed with jet dashes.
He's out of there, but he does. Oh no, no dash available. No dash available, and he needs to deny this, at least with the kills.
That's funny.
Second, forced into a difficult spot. He wants to fight his way back out of it, but Jorgamo! Right from behind!
No smoke over towards Market. I think Zekken assumed that was being covered. Then again, it was all chaos.
Bang up towards Cart. Just with the movement as well, the refract in the back pocket, Jorgamo. tail end of the duration of that one still. He's alive. That means a player advantage for G2 to play around.
Narrator's been holding his ult for such a long time. Can he find some value out of it? They've got to turn a player disadvantage.
Otherwise, it's going to mean G2 up to 12 here. Up to series point in our
Fires flash? Oh, yeah, well.
Push forwards, pop flash
Bro.
in, and this is it, narrate. Just being swarmed and overwhelmed. G2
He's waylaid dashed over the top.
one step away.
Yeah, I'm surprised how good they were, especially with the map pool. Yeah, me too.
3 chances, 3 tournament points. They already won in kickoff.
What do I think about the Lotus comp? I think that it's... In the long run, I don't think it's as good as other comps, but I think that the way they play Waylay is good.
But now G2 can feel it.
I already talked about this a lot today, though.
And now they've got 3 opportunities to lift the Americas trophy again and come in.
Maybe someone could TLDR my thoughts.
This guy has to be the tip of the spear, but he's just being his dreams and hopes of G2 themselves, but already dashing forwards. This guy has to be the tip of the spear, but he's just being isolated still. They deal with Leaf. Armageddon in through the back. Finds a bit of time and a bit of space as well.
Oh no, he's just stunned himself.
The back wall. He's penned himself in, skipping and hopping all the way through. Second, isolates it, finds that fight indeed. G2.
Oh no, that's a terrible position.
Making a move on now, still with that player disadvantage. Jorgamodo cleans it up onto the side. It's all down to him into this spot. Sentinels earn themselves that breathing room.
It looks case now. Related drives in the central. Applin doesn't perfect.
And back. Bring this one all the way to OT to stand a chance as well, to not go out, just to even get a chance of competing in that 5th and final map.
So much of Sentinel's conditioning recently in the last few rounds has been around B and B splitting. Leaf adjusting the setup slightly, but gets caught by the suppress. But SEN are messing with their heads. Instead of going for the B split, they're making it feel like one and getting ready to pounce on A. But G2 are already getting good information. They posted up Jorgamo with Trent to clear out this angle. The drone goes deep and Leaf can start leaning A.
Jorg could take a peek here if he wanted to, at least with the refract, but not choosing to. SEN are quite open as well to that push, the potential of it at least, in through mid, just holding for now.
And G2 look like they're playing A for retake. I mean, they want to use, by the look of it, Trent and Jorgamo.
You said Fred, I like how Liquid always have someone to follow Willie when he takes early map control to remain in the space. Can I ask, is that something other people have been saying? Like, is that something that like Stiggy's noticed, or someone that or is that just something that you've noticed? Or like I'm intrigued, like I genuinely want there's something there that I've heard before, someone else saying, and I'm just wondering. Okay.
To close this out.
Gelsis, tricky wall to try and at least break down. Spam coming his way on top of it. Eventually, removes it. One obstacle dealt with, but
Who was it that was saying that?
The other side of the A side here, a lot of util expended.
But again, I think it's going to be a retake. We're looking towards Trent and Jorgamo and how much value they get out of the ults.
Huge ults.
SEN are controlling Catwalk and Tree. They're not closing the door and locking themselves in on site.
I think Kakuka was saying it.
As soon as the ult to use, find a timing, a window of opportunity here against G2, and here it is. First ult going to be sent out. John QT already catching it. Conversion pass second. He's isolated on a bloody island. Slow to a crawl, but he still gets the one. Sentinels, can they do it?
In what context was she saying that though? I think it's in the context of when of Foot not playing it well.
Second against G2, and here it is. First ult going to be sent out. John QT already catching it. Conversion pass second. He's isolated on a bloody island. Slow to a crawl, but he still gets the one. Sentinels, can they do it? Pull it back from the brink, but again they're isolated, cut out of the sight, divided away from it, and spammed and stuck away. SEN
dropping like flies, and for G2, it all lies into the hands of Trent.
Yeah, we never find out. Should I load the game and see if I can find out? Oh. That's my original username from when I was 10 years old. G2 deserve an international win, at least one by now. At least one by now. At least one by now. I mean, this year they deserve one. I don't think they deserved it last year. You don't deserve unless you win. Nah, I don't agree with that. That's a very like Sigma male perspective on something that is kind of, you could reasonably have a discussion about someone deserving to win one. It's like saying like, I don't know, because it's not. Again, there's luck involved. Getting top 3 across all events and not winning one is insane. Huh? Top 3 across all events? They didn't get top 3 at champs. They didn't get top 3. Oh, yeah. I think that Heretics, if Heretics win EMEA, I feel like they deserve one. That's like, you know what I mean? Paper X, I mean, it's been a while. I don't think that they could say it right now, in a way, if that makes sense. That's a pretty good tweet. That's a pretty good tweet from Kron. One sec. So Crashy's put like a picture of them winning Optic Trophy. And then like, that's pretty good. Because they beat them in that final, I think, right?
I don't try. I do.
Pretty good from Kron. Respect that one.
No need to worry. My Madu predicted a big win in my life today.
What time is it?
Which is a nice way of saying our
2:39.
enemies
Okay.
are screwed. My ultimate is ready.
Actually, I haven't played Whaley at all. What abilities? What? That's the slow.
down.
God almighty. I mean, if he was trying to get out, it's not exactly easy. I don't really know what he was trying to do, to be honest with you. guess it's like trying to aim through here, I guess. I guess that's what he's gonna do if he gets... Seems risky though. Doesn't seem nice. I don't really get it.
Don't miss me too much.
I like when he goes through and just farms.
Bye-bye.
And then he does this one too, where he like, you play around this box, find the timing. And then get out, and then when they go
Doing
for
a thing.
retakes, he comes in, refract. And if he gets
Jeez.
any trouble, he just refracts back. Sometimes he goes
Gonna fall
like,
back here. Later.
gets out, and then they just retake.
Back in a flash.
I think I've seen him go over here as once as well. But in like a split second, he can just refract back out with all the information of where they all are. And all the crosshairs are broken, right? So they're all going to be like... And then suddenly there's people in their head. Jump before dashing? Oh. Oh, that's kind of sick. You guys got the tech. Bro, that's kind of sick. It's not easy. But I'm not a pro player, so I guess...
Be right back. Slowing them down. Hitting the brakes.
They did have this lineup, right? The lineup over here, wherever it is.
Hitting the brakes.
Bro, I remember that. I think it's like that. The Phoenix lineup.
Slowing them down.
That's the first lineup I vaguely remembered. It's not even proper, but... Okie dokie. Tomorrow, if I stream tomorrow, what do we want to watch? Because I'm done with that. When is EMEA? It's a good question. I don't really want to co-stream EMEA. It's in 2 days, EMEA is. TH versus Fnatic? You want me to watch TH versus Fnatic? G2 versus EG? PRX XLG. What? They what? I mean, you don't default in a ranked environment is the answer. In a ranked environment, you don't default. In a ranked environment, you send 4 people like one place, and then you have one person in the other place pretty much. Split's not the best example because you probably 1-3-1, but you should just generally send 4 people somewhere and 1 person somewhere. Icebox, you send 4 people here, 1 person, or even 5 people. Lotus, you send 4 people here, 1 person, 4 people here, 1 person. You don't try to play defaults in ranked. That are good. It's not even that they wouldn't respect you, it's that no one in ranked has the skill set to play defaults. How do you play Viper Sunset? You have to in ranked. You don't. It's not as easy to 5-hit A on Icebox in ranked. What? It's easier than it is in pro player. Are you the one who created Fnatic's Euro ISO comp? Boso suggested the comp. I had a clear vision with how I would want the defense to play, and I kind of understood the strengths on attack. But then we veered away from what I thought on attack, and Boso had his own style of attack that he wanted. Like this kind of war, but you don't. This is like team play war. You don't do this for ranked. And then you can have an orb like wherever the fuck you want, I think. On attack side, I wonder actually where I would put the ward on attack. I think I put it on B. Any walls for mid? No, you don't need wall for mid. On the others, on defense, you could do one like here, maybe even here. But don't do this for ranked, like kids. It's not good. What am I looking at? Nongshim during Nongshim. I think they played it a week before us, but I'm gonna be cocky and say we played it better. What do you think of the new Gentlemates players? Who was? Can you tell me who was rumored? I can't remember who was rumored. Sorry, I stopped paying attention. Robbie BK to loud. Vcash who won the French. Yeah, that Vcash guy. I haven't been keeping track of tier 2, but I knew this guy was sick. This guy and didn't he even play in the yeah, he played in this thing, right? I remember when he was playing in this thing, I was like, this guy's pretty good. Play some music in the background. The problem is that I don't want to sound pretentious, but my music taste is quite varied. So if I play one thing, you're gonna be like, oh, he's like this, but I don't know. I used to be quite pretentious about music. Yeah, I'll watch that tomorrow about Fnatic and TH. So we're saying G2 EG and Heretics Fnatic. Is that what we want? And then maybe BBL. Did someone say BBL? You said BBL Team Liquid, but they're not playing each other yet. Yeah, good kid. Mad City is good. Wait, so who was Gentle Mix player? Vikaj. Anyone else? Did I watch Fnatic Team Liquid? No. Did I? I watched Icebox. I watched Icebox, right? Did I just watch Icebox? Comeback is yeah. I don't understand how they're doing Comeback and Vkash. I guess Vkash doesn't play Judas or something. This guy is insane. This guy's insane. Like he is incredible. Prox? What? Prox? I've not heard of this guy, but his stats are very strong. His stats are good. This guy's good. This guy's good at Valorant. Oh, he's been announced. It's good scouting. It's good scouting. Comeback and Sayo, the best two prospects? Yeah. Sayonara and Comeback are the best two prospects. Did you watch the Navi Deadlock Fires comp on Ascent? Maybe. Yeah, Sayonara's still around. It's just that his team didn't win. His team lost to Enzo's team, I think. He's got Foxy and Logan going fucking -40 in his game. He can't do anything. You're fucking Foxy, fucking into him. Loiter and Larocque. I think Larocque is the player that Larocque is the player that the coaches seem to think that Larocque is better. And like I would say that the fact that he plays like the flex role, the flash flex role, means he's probably more valuable because it's harder to find players who play like the breach and KO and stuff. But I would say that I think Loiter might have the better stats, from what I remember. But yeah, I don't know. This FKFD is a bit concerning. But his ADR is just insanely high. So I think both of them are insane. They should both be in VCT next year. And what do I think of Zus? Zus is decent. I don't think he's an absolute shoo-in for VCT, but he's always been like he could definitely be on one of the teams that are like upcoming at the, you know. If Zus was in VCT this year, I wouldn't have been surprised, but I wouldn't also have put him into like one of the best teams, you know. Do you know any idea what BBL plans to do with Pacific roster? I have no idea. Why does everyone want me to know? Wait, everyone's are people's friends now just asking me to give? Last time people were asking me about Buka. I don't know how to say his name. It was just one of his friends trying to get me to flame. I don't know who this is, unless you're... No, I haven't heard of this guy. I mean, he's farming recently. It's not the best league possible, but he is farming. This guy wasn't bad either. He was like Zus to me. Like, I wouldn't have been surprised. Doma farming him. Doma on the breach tail right now. This guy farming? This guy's doing pretty well. Farming more recently. Okay. Alexic is alright. Yeah, he's alright. He's a bit like Sus, where it's like I wouldn't be surprised if he was in VCT, but I also don't think he'll be in like the best VCT team, if that makes sense. Right. Does anyone want me to raid someone? You have about 20 seconds to tell me who to raid. Am I familiar with Batty? Yes. Yes, the Portuguese guy. He seems like a decent IGR, but what are they playing nowadays? They used to play really weird stuff. They seem okay. Is Patman streaming? If he's got like 1,000, how many people we got? Oh, 500. Okay, I raid Patman. Right, go be nice to Patman. Oh shit! I just tried to raid in his chat. Does that work? I just typed /raid Patman VLR in his own chat. That's not how this works, is it? Okay, right. I'll see you in a bit, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll probably see you tomorrow, but thanks, everyone. I'll see you in a bit.